2:24 on the 22nd.
Thank you, beautiful soul, sister in the space and time. Every time I connect with you, you breathe my vibes. And all the answers I've been seeking, you help me see there inside of me. And to this honest reflection, I find the love and me. Oh, and you help me. And in this space and time, I reach out and I connect and I breathe. You help me see the truth. Tell me, Genevieve, you help me see the love in me. And I sometimes get lost and I'm obsessed about the how. Yet we came here on these missions in this lifetime, and our hearts know why. I'm not sweating the small stuff anymore. You help me shine a light. Every day to help me learn to rise. Thank you. in all of us when we open our hearts. Genevieve.
Thank you, John.
That's what happens when
Meeps. Did you? That's what happens, Meeps. Oh man, I hope Meeps shows up today. We missed that dude so much. Am I gonna share that? If you guys so choose to watch, that's my only full collaboration for real with John Binney. And it is an activation. Right? How y'all doing today? Just gonna put my glasses on. I did the adulty thing today and I set up before I came on live. That's a little bright, eh? I set up before I came on live. Whatever. Fuck it. Woo! Hey, Mark Klein, MK, first one in, 2:25 Eastern Time. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Joe. Joe Awesome One, put your thumb up on then, Mark. Yes, thank you. Happy thumb on Genevieve. John rocks. Yeah, he does. John Binney has been with me on my journey since my beginning time. I think I found him or he found me within the first 2 or 3 months that I was making videos back in 2019. And yeah. John Binney singing now? What? John is live now? Are you kidding me? No, he's not live now. Okay. I don't like being live at the same time as my people, but sometimes it happens, right? This is when I'm guided to come in too. John Bonnie. Yeah, I get it. The spell check. The cheeky spell check, eh, Joe? Spell check is a cheeky mofo sometimes, eh? Hey, that way. How's you doing? Okay, I want to start off doing something a little different today. Mark, you're the first one in. Pick a number between 22 and 100.
22 and 101.
Oh, Lily says pick a number between 22 and 101. We're gonna like bring up some doors here today. Why? Because we got to break on through to the other side. And James Douglas Morrison and the Doors. They was saying it a long time ago. Ooh, you working another 12 hours today, Mark? 100? Right on. Thanks for being here. Page 100. Let's see what's on page 100. Rawr, Love Street. Love Street. Y'all ready for this? She lives, okay, hang on. She lives on Love Street, lingers on Love Street. She has a house and a garden. That's not me right now. No garden. I would like to see what happens. She has robes and she has monkeys, lazy diamonds, studded flunkies. She has wisdom and she knows what to do. She has me and she has you. She has wisdom and she knows what to do. She has me and she has you. I see you live on Love Street, and that's the store where the creatures meet. I wonder what they do there. Summer Sunday in a year. I guess I like it fine so far. She lives on Love Street, lingers on Love Street. She has a house and garden. I would like to see what happens. And then a bunch of la-la-las. I'm not going to do the la-la-las. Thank you, Mark. Love Street. That's important. Anybody else want to pick a number between... I got up to page...
Can I pick a number?
Sure. I got up to... Hang on, Lily. I got up to page 197.
100. Wait, was it 197?
Yep.
Okay, 197. 197.
Thank you. 172. Boom. Thank you, Lily. It's the celebration of the lizard. Lions in the street and wake up. There's double on this page. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. That weighs 39. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to read this one. The celebration of the lizard. Lions in the street. Right? If we're going to walk like lions. That's Skillet. You guys know Skillet? Yeah, Christian rock, babies. Lions in the street. Lions in the street roaming. Dogs in heat, rabid, foaming. A beast caged in the heart of the city. The body of his mother rotting in the summer ground. He fled the town, went down south and crossed the border. Left the chaos and the disorder back over his shoulder. One morning he woke in a green hotel with strange creatures groaning beside him. Sweat oozed from his shiny skin. Is everybody in? Because the ceremony is about to begin. Boom. Good one. Thank you, Lily. The ceremony is about to begin. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. 122, 222, 122, 222, 122, 222. Wake up. Wake up. You can't remember where it was? Had this dream stopped? The snake was pale, gold, glazed, and shrunken. We were afraid to touch it. The sheets were dead, were hot, dead prisons. And she was beside me, and she's known, young, her hair, red. Sorry, her dark hair. No. Oh my God, why am I stuttering over red hair? Go, Gingers. Her dark red hair, the soft white skin. Go, Gingers. Go, Gingers.
Some people hate gingers. I don't know why.
Because they're scared of the magic, that's why. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to repeat that. The dark red hair, the soft white skin. Now run to the mirror in the bathroom and look. Run to the mirror in the bathroom and look. Run to the mirror in the bathroom and look. What does that mean? You got to be able to look yourself in the eye for at least 3 minutes solid. And when you look yourself in the eye, you fall into your own soul space. You don't get distracted by your face. You don't start to analyze what you look like, because this is all a meat package. We're all in different avatars for a reason. But what's inside your eyes are the windows of your own soul. You can't look into somebody else's eyes and see their window until you see your own. Does that make sense? Now run to the mirror in the bathroom. Look, she's coming in here. I can't live through each slow century of her moving. I let my cheeks slide down the cool, smooth tile, and I feel the good, cold, stinging blood. The smooth, hissing snakes of rain. Good one, Lily. Thank you. That way, 39.
No problem.
Huh. I'm going to read this page. It is not lyrics. It is not a song. But there's going to be keywords and certain things to awaken certain things within. Okay? Page 39, 369. Showing it in case anybody wants to screenshot it. The Night on Fire, Rothschild speaks. The longer version of the following article originally ran in the Crawdaddy magazine shortly after the first Doors album appeared. Editor, Paul, that's a sink. Paul Williams. Williams as well. Williams, Braveheart. One of the first things I saw on Instagram this morning was a picture of William Wallace, Mel Gibson, the blue, and freedom. And here's one thing I'm going to say out loud. I don't know if I've ever said this before, but fuck those people who distract themselves with movies, but they aren't grabbing those keys. Because if you watch that as a kid and then you're sitting there putting your mask on your face and getting all shot up, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Why? Why are you doing this? Anyways, no judgment, but at some point, wake up. Editor Paul Williams wrote frequently and eloquently about the Doors. Here he speaks with the Doors record producer Paul Rothchild, boom, double Pauls, right? Who worked with the band from the first LP until their fifth, Morrison Hotel. Rock is Rock, a discussion of the Doors songs. I might read this whole article depending on how long it is and what, oh my god, I might not. What do I look like? Freaking Asmer? How long is it? Holy shitballs. No, I'm not going to read it all, but I'm going to grab the first page, 39. 56, Joe, thank you. Rock is Rock, a discussion of a Doors rock song. Very few people have the balls to talk about rock and roll anymore. This was in the 60s, right? This was written in the 60s. Very few people have the balls to talk about rock and roll anymore. Revolver, boom, guns, triggers, right? Revolver made it difficult. Between the Button Smile and the Doors LP are making it impossible. Pop music is definable only by pointing at a current chart. The Doors are not pop. They're simply modern music. The term applies not because rock has achieved the high standards of mainstream music, but conversely because rock has absorbed mainstream music and has become the leader, the arbiter of quality, the music of today. The Doors, Brian Wilson, and the Stone are modern music, and contemporary jazz and classical composers must try to measure up. The Doors is an album of magnitude. Thanks to the calm, soft-footedness of the group, the producer, the record company, there are no flaws. The Doors have been delivered to the public full grown by current standards and still growing because standards change. That's important. Delivered to the public full grown by current standard, but still growing because standards change. Gestation might have been long and painful, but no one cares, right? Gestation might have been long and painful, but no one really cares. The birth of the group is in this album, and it's as good as anything in rock. The awesome fact about the Doors is that they will improve. So much for the review. This record is too long to be explained, note by note, song by song. That sort of thing could only be boring, since the review would be immediately compared to the far more than merely communicative level of the work of art itself. Knowing that my reader is able to stop after any word, I write and listen to all of Light My Fire before reading the next word. I should feel pretty foolish offering him a textual description of the build-up of erotic pleasure in the performance. Is there really any point in saying something like the instrumental in Light My Fire builds at the end in a truly visual orgasm of sound? When the reader can, at any time, put the album into even the crummiest phonograph and experience that orgasm themselves. Descriptive criticism is almost a waste of time where quality is involved. It might be more valid for a reviewer to make a comment like, "They come, a sequence at the end of Light My Fire is the most powerfully controlled release of accumulated instrumental kineticism known on record, making it even I'm a Man by the Yardbirds a mere firecracker." Boom, birds, bird, 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 bird is the word, the birds, the Yardbirds. But where that may be good reading and even makes pretty good writing under ordinary circumstances, in the context of an album as great as implicational and able to be changing history as this one, comments like that dissatisfy and bore the reviewer because to him they're simply obvious. Anyways, I've been thinking about Blowin' in the Wind a lot. A lot of people misunderstood that song, and it really is Bob Dylan's fault. He shoved in lines like "how many times will the cannonballs fly," etc., which must have been practically intended to throw people off the track of what was being said. Boom, inversion in everything in order to trigger certain things in people. That's important. The line, "that answer, my friends, of Blowin' in the Wind," is so perfect that I doubt that anyone could hear it and not feel what is really being said. In fact, it's impossible to hear any true statement and not feel it correctly, although you may then go ahead and interpret it all wrong. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. Um, Eddie Vedder, guaranteed, right? Eddie Vedder, guaranteed. Late at night, I hear my trees. They're speaking with the dead overhead. I'm not suggesting that the verses of Blowin' should have been backed up the theme of the chorus line, because the cumulative boredom that builds into a head and causes the creation of a line like the answers, my friend, are blowing in the wind, or as we shall see, learn to forget. Learn to forget. But we're here to learn to remember. Boom. Joe, yippee, I remembered something. As I said remembered, it was popping up on the screen, Joe. Besides, 3 verses of equal genius would destroy the impact. Soul Kitchen is so reminiscent of Blowing in the Wind in terms of message that one almost expects Peter, Paul, and Mary to actually make it a top 40 smash. It's just a nice little song about desire, a routine, drama in which Jim points out that it looks like it's time for him to go. Beautiful posturing, twiddling of thumbs, glancing at the clock. Well, looks like it's time for me to leave, eh? But he'd really like to stay there all night. And he does stay, and the doors do their usual boy gets girl instrumental routine, and then Jim lampoons his own posturing, repeating, the clock says it's time to close now, but then saying, I know I've got to go. I'd really like to stay here all night changes from an effective plea into a bitter irony. The words that are meant to be let me in before mean sorry baby after. And that's almost all there is to it except that plea. Let me sleep all night in your soul kitchen is so fantastically strong. Jim obviously didn't give that much of a damn about the girl in this case, so something else must have been bothering him. The intensity of the plea could not have been faked. The intensity of the plea could not have been faked. The intensity of the plea could not have been faked. And this leads us to the really stunning revelation that sexual desire is merely a peculiar instance of some more far-reaching, grand dissatisfaction. Boom. Right there, written. The MK programming. The programming of what supposed sex is all a matrix program. It's not real, right? We based our sexuality on things that are not even real. We're doing it all the wrong way. It doesn't matter how good you think it feels, because at the end you still feel empty. You're still looking for more. You want more. You'd rather look at somebody else's titties on a screen than whose titties are right beside you, because there's titties everywhere, right? The message of Soul Kitchen is, of course, learn to forget, a message phrase that is at least as powerful as the answer, my friends, is blowing in the wind, and the very similar and sort of implications and emotion it conjures up. The actual words, learn to forget, are repeated 4 times at the end of the 2nd verse of Soul Kitchen, and they're never truly returned in any way. In fact, the band seems to kind of be unaware of them. Robbie Krieger has been known to say that he considers the piece inconsequential, and has been compared with the Dylan song. A great deal of success of this is due to the fact that the playing in the words of the song, other than learn to forget, are almost totally unrelated to the message, and as a result they serve as emphasis rather than confusion. So this truth is totally accessible to anyone listening to the song. And the irony here is that the song is not a single. It's not a huge airplay hit, not being heard by more than maybe 20,000 people. And the album turned out to be a #1 smash, so revised the upwards by a couple of decimal points. Learn to forget. What a power that phrase has. It's possible to get stoned for days listening to this song. For a while, it will seem like the only truth available to us. It eventually recedes, of course, into a merely tantalizing command. Within the song is a post-hypnotic suggestion to the girl being seduced. It's a bitter comment on the necessity of learning to forget in order to get along in this grubby world. It's a statement of faith in the ability of a man to will what he doesn't want out of existence. Above all, it's an echo of the Sympho Clean section of the end. The echo because the album is programmed circularly for repeated listening, in which it becomes necessary to kill the father, right? Kill the father. That does not mean go kill the father. It means kill that masculine, the toxic masculine. Enough, right? I'm going to stop there. I hope somebody got something out of that. Hey, Trace B. You want to say that's my pee, but it's not. It's peach tea. I love you. I filled the bottle with peach tea. Trace B, Papa John Paul, brother-in-law Douglas Paul. Boom. Douglas James Douglas Morrison. Douglas is James's middle name. Yes, that way. It is all in the music. It's true. Joe Awesome. Into this world we were thrown like a dog without a bone. Yes. It's from Riders on the Storm. Yeah. Music is the sound. Say means to create. The sound comes before life. Seeing people sing. Yeah. I'm going to do one more page. Joe suggested 56, and then I'm going to stop this. Okay, another article, and I don't know what's on this page, Joe, but look, I don't date things. I am not a documenter, you know what I mean? But I did this for a reason, Joe. I've had this book since I was 16 years old. How some people revere a Bible. This is one of my Bibles. And not front to back, not literally, but the codes, the messages within. I'm going to just take the last of the phrase, the beginning of the phrase. Even it's going to be weird, but I'm taking the beginning of the phrase and continuing into 56. Precisely. He's saying, okay, here's a trip. Every time we take a trip, there's death of concepts, of bullshit, a death of laughter and soft lies. Let's get real with ourselves. Let's get real with each other. I named the stream, The Truth Will Set You Free, because really it's us lying to ourselves. We can blame it on all programs, we can blame it on everything, but we are the ones who must step out of them, right? So the programs are there. Yeah, they are. Yeah, we have to step out of them. We're the ones that have to get real. There's one thing Jim used to say during the song, which is just a stark death image. He was, oh, this is why. It's the blue bus. Oh, Joe, thanks for choosing this page. I chose the blue truck because of the blue bus has always been a symbolism in my life ever since a child. No wonder you chose this. Thank you, Joe. Okay. It was the blue bus theory, but it was stated in a different way, and he used to use them both. He used the blue bus thing, and he'd also say, oh, have you seen the accident outside? 7 people took a ride, and something, and 7 people died. 7. Boom, there's 7 likes on my screen when I look up, which is really, really groovy. Have you seen the accident outside? The world. 7 people took a ride. This trip looked at the world and died. All of that they saw in themselves, which before lived. In other words, the bullshit concept of the world, which had been burned into their brains since childhood, had to die. And with every end, there's a beginning. It's a cyclical thing. The end has an inherent beginning. Trying to remember. Can you picture what will be so limitless and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land? Things are very wrong out there. So let us kill ourselves, or those things in ourselves that are false, that are bullshit. The false giddiness, the TV giddiness, canned audience reaction laughter. There's more humor in the world that needs to be created scientifically in a TV studio. I'm babbling, I understand, but I'm on as much of a hunch trying to explain as Jim is, who's trying to lay it down. Of the other imagery in the song, the little poetic bits between the double verse section in the middle, in the beginning, and the double verse section in the end, you have things like the snake. Well, here he's saying, just get down to reality. The snake thing, of course, is just pure sexual imagery to the mind. Kundalini, right? Ride the snake to the ancient lake comes right out of Negro imagery, blues imagery, which Jim is very familiar with, right? Jim's was a blues man. That's what his original, rawr, right? Jim never wanted to be a performer. He was a poet, right? That's important. That's why he didn't give a shit. He didn't like being looked at. He turned his back to the audience. It wasn't out of disrespect, because he was the one being disrespected, being looked at like he was like a fucking sexual puppet. And he played the part. He played it well, all right? He played it well. The snake is old. His skin is cold. What he's saying is it's okay to let down the realities of life. There are very few realities, and one of the truly real realities is sexual awareness. Awareness, and companionship. Jim is very lucid in that department. Oh, right. And the first one, which is very beautiful, Lost in a Roman. Oh, a piece of beautiful classic imagery. Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain. To my mind, all I can see is great crumbling ruins of a great civilization, which of course flashes right back to now. Lost in a Roman wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane. If there's any timeline where all the children are insane, it's truly this one, right? We thought we had seen what humans could choose, but we're at the brink, the precipice of just how humans can choose to hurt themselves and hurt others, right? Taking these jabbies over and over. We're up to 4 now in Canada. And then blaming and guilting and shaming. I watched a newsreel this week because I was guided to watch it. And, you know, this woman is actually saying to people on the news, like, because this is what the news is, but I never watch it, but I was guided to this specific reel. And she's saying, like, everybody can get this shot. Why aren't they doing it? They're just putting us all in danger. Right? And right now, there are so many reports coming out saying exactly what's happening to people who get this jibby jab, but people don't get access to it because it's not on the news and it's being censored everywhere. And glory be, the more censorship there is, the more that we keep pumping stuff out, right? Keep pumping it out. We're not going to stop. We're not going to stop. We were born for this, right? We were born for this. The page I just read off of was 56. Trace B, 56. Yes, we are limitless and free, Trace. Limitless and free. Thanks, Joe. That page really gave me shivers. Yes, love is the law of truth. Yup. Thank you all. Thanks for those who chose the numbers. Wow. How's everything going for you guys? What's the energy? Did you guys have good sleep time? Did you have dream recall? Boom. Hi, Fiona. Little Wing 6 was 9. I was thinking about you as I read that because you got that Jimmy Jim thing inside of you like I do, right? You do. Hey, Genevieve. Hey, Chat Cats. Nice topic. I'm a big Jim Morrison fan. When the music is over is legend. Fiona, me loves you so much. There's no... I was sent one song by Angelfish this morning, and it's exactly that one. When the music's over, honey. That's how synced we are. Loves you.
By the way, in Full House, the baby's name is Michelle.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, but...
Okay. Yeah. I love you. Wow. Seriously, Fiona, like one song sent to me this morning by Angel Fish, and it's When the Music's Over. Um, I went and I read the lyrics, and the words that stood out for me, I sent them to Angel Fish. Uh, Turn it down a bit, honey. He who tries to go first goes last. Rick Jewers. I don't know if you guys know who Rick Jewers is, but he is like just an amazing person. I used to have him on Facebook in my timelines. And Paul Butler, Paul White Gold Eagle will read his transmissions once in a while. Rick Jewers. I'm looking for When the Music's Over, because there was only a specific amount of things that actually triggered stuff. No, I'm not guided to read it, but I am guided to take out Do you have wilderness, or have you ever read or been exposed to the poetry wilderness, Fiona, or anyone else? Just wondering. Really? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Mina knows that about you. Thanks for sharing. The wing 6 was 9. My surname is Morrison. Cancel my subscription to the resurrection. Send my credentials to the house of detention. Got some friends inside. Wow. Trace B, I was telling Angel about my writing out of nowhere. I wrote the end lyrics and kept writing. Some things don't make sense, but they do. There's so much just inversion as well, right? Like, that's what these writings, these songs, like they're meant to be, nothing's meant to be taken literally. It's poetry. It's to like get the keys, right? And it's like when if we were all standing in front of a painting, we would all see different things. It's like Alexander, he sent me an image the other day. And right away, like I saw the image, the global image that he sent me, but boom, right in the middle of it was the name Alex. Huh, yeah. So Alexander sent me an image with his name right on it. And that's the first thing that I really, boom, was guided to, right? So I took a screenshot, enlarged it, circled Alex, sent it to him and said, did you see that? And he was like, no, I didn't catch that. But me is the first thing. Right? Or it's how within my YouTube journey, you know, I've been guided to people and people have been guided to me, and we've sent each other screenshots, not the kinky kind, guys, but screenshots of our skies and imagery. But me not just looks at the sky. Me looks within the tree lines and within the building lines, and there's different symbols and codes and words and such things. So I remember with David Matthew, someone from like my whole timelines on my YouTube journey, David Matthew in Michigan, he sent me like an image of his sky, but the tree line. So I took a picture, I screenshot the picture again, and then I zoomed it in and I circled what was in the trees. And there was no bird, there was no squirrel, but the image of how the leaves were something. And he was like, holy shit, I never thought to look at the tree line as well. Like I will look at the sky, and then when I take a picture and then I go and absorb the picture more because it's like still, right? I never thought that. So it was like the boom, I helped him open his awareness that there's more than that. That's why as well, like sky watchers post a lot of videos with the sky, but what what else is there sometimes is the encodements, the messages that are actually for us. So if you're just looking at the sky, like, okay, that's great, but what else are you seeing? Because the truth is in plain sight everywhere. It's just not located there. It's like as above, so below, and all in the middle too. And one thing I discovered 2 years ago on an accident, I was watching a sky video and my phone fell on the ground. And then my eyes were looking at it. And I was like, holy shit. If you actually look at a sky video instead of looking at it straight on or looking at your natural sky, but if you put your device on the ground and look at your sky video from the ground or someone else's, you see completely different things. As above, so below. It's so surreal, like just putting your phone or your iPad on the ground, how you're bending down instead of up or straight, you see different things, right? And I've often wondered, because I've never really had any sky watchers close to me, like sitting next to me, like looking at stuff, like when I was a kid and stuff, whatever. But like my best friends, we always did that. That's what we did. We would, get stoned, go out in a field and listen to Doors songs and look at the sky, right? As we were lying on the ground. But we would not all see the same things. Some people think that all the planes in the sky are just really planes, but it's like, no, they're not. Some of them are ships, and these chemtrails that you're so afraid of that piss you off, they're not chemtrails, guys. They are ships leaving messages behind them, but you're so in the program of the chemtrails that you haven't let go of, the programming of anger towards them and they that are doing this. So instead of seeing the truth in plain sight, it's not a real plane. It's actually a ship leaving trails behind of light language, words, and formations for you to wake up, to see more, to not be angry at them anymore, because we are all working together whether we think we are or not. Everything is of source. So the truth in plain sight is encoded with the exact things that you're angry about and pissed off about, and you don't want the chemtrails, but they're not all chemtrails, guys. They're not. You know what I mean? We know this much is true. And even if they are, we are the transmuters. We are the anchors here on Earth transmuting all that. We really are. Trust yourself to be the transmuter that you are, or trust that the people who are the ones that are doing it, we're doing our role. We know what we're doing, even if you guys would never believe us, even if we told you. Does that make sense? Trace B, oh, those trails. If they weren't there, we would be toast. Yup. Fully agree. Anybody want to pick a page? Let's do this a little bit. Just a little bit more reading for fun. So I'm going to go from 1 to 13. 101. Thank you, Trace B. He's going to take a little sip of peach tea in my Trace B bottle. Get it? Trace bottle, B bottle. I know, I'm so silly. Okay, 101. Gonna leave the image there for a second if anybody wants to grab a screenshot for later. Boom. That's enough. Drugs, sex, drunkenness, battle, return to the water world, sea belly, mother of man, monstrous sleep, waking, gentle, swarming, atomic world, anomy in social life. How can we hate or love or judge in the sea swarm world of atoms? All one, one all. How can we play or not play? How can we put one foot before us or revolutionize or right? I'm going to read that again. Thanks, Trace. Drugs, sex, drunkenness, battle, Return to the water world. Water retains memory. It's all about the water, guys. Sea belly, mother of man, monstrous sleep waking, gentle swarming atomic world. Enemy, ANOMIE. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Enemy in social life. How can we hate or love or judge in a sea swarm world of atoms? All one, one all. How can we play or not play? How can we put one foot before us or revolutionize or right? Thanks, Trace. Little Wing 6 was 9 at 3:07. Let me tell you about the heartache and the loss of God, wandering in the hopeless night. Or here in the perimeter, there are no stars. Out here, we is stoned, immaculate. Yeah. What does that mean, we is stoned, immaculate? It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's like puffing on stuff and using drugs, eh? It means that when you get to a state of awareness, you have the bliss state. Your normal state is practically orgasmic at all times, right? The state of grace feels good at all times. It's why people do the ecstasy and use the drugs and want to do the DMT and want to take the mushrooms so they can have that feeling. But you don't need the products, whether they are natural or not. We don't need them. They're a tool to help us feel inside ourselves so that we can actually recreate it, right? Not saying that in, Shambhala and on heaven on earth, we won't partake of certain things, but it is not needed in order to have that fully immaculate state of being. It's an enhancement, right? How people use drugs and alcohol is to avoid, and other people use to remember. So how some people will drink and it helps them to forget, other people drink to help them remember. And I'm of the ilk where I don't fall into excess. I learned by James Douglas Morrison and the people in the 60s who chose to be of excess. And so therefore, I already had, and I always have the choice to have excess in my life, and I don't want it, right? I don't want it. Why? Because excess leads to destruction of the self. Whereas knowing self, taking only what feels good, does it matter if you are offered to have all this gratuitous sex? Are you going to take it because it's there? Right? When you have self-love and awareness, no, it's not even tempting. The more somebody tries to seduce you when you have self-love, it's not pretty. It doesn't feel good, and it you know what I mean? Like, it's right? It's like when you're married in union and you love your partner. Every fucking woman in the world can throw herself at your feet, and you're like, sister, what you doing? Like, why would you degrade yourself like this? Why would you dishonor my wife like this? Stop it. Enough. Right? That's what self-worth is. Right? So yeah, I learned really young. So when I do drink, it actually helps me to remember instead of forget. It enhances dream time. It helps me fall into a sleep. I remember my dreams. You know what I mean? And it helps me to harness remembering when I choose alcohol. Am I saying I've never in my life drank a little too much for too long, and that it's just and then everything is like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Well, it doesn't feel good anymore. Yeah, right. Then you start to want to remember too much. It's not helping anymore because it's a tool. It's not meant to be used every day all the time, because then it doesn't feel good to the body anymore. It's not the same, right? So it's the same with if you really love cake. I fucking love cake. I talk about cake all the time. I hardly ever really eat it, but when I do, I eat as much as I want for as long as I want, right? So I can go through half a cake in one sitting with the fork, just gobbling it up right from the middle. Yeah, right from the middle. Why? Because it's my cake. I made it, I bought it, I'll eat it how I want to, right? I don't have to cut one slice and limit myself if I don't want to. But I don't do that like eternally all the time. It's like when I want chocolate, I don't just sit there and eat one chocolate bar all delicately and savoring it. I'll eat 4 in a row like a fucking like, it's so good. I'm just like, it's so good. I love it. Because that's how I like eating it, right? Other people will have a chocolate bar on the counter and they'll go take one little delicate piece every once in a while. I ain't that girl, right? If I see a fucking chocolate bar and I want it, you can be sure like it's gone before you can turn around and grab a piece. But that's not my everyday. You know what I mean? It's the same when I can joke about bacon. Because I joke about bacon or speak about bacon and use that word, people want to assume I eat bacon all the time. I really don't. I really, really don't. You know what I mean? But when I do, I don't eat very much of it. Because bacon is so flavorful. You can use one slice of bacon to spike up a burger or like a whole dish of pasta. You don't need like 20 slices, right? You don't need to eat an excess plate that's like this because bacon is so flavorful. You only need a bit to bang your like whoop whoop salt, you know what I mean, feeling. Anyways, I'm rambling on like I usually do, but there's something in there somewhere. That way, it's like I always say, everything is a distraction for your mind to keep you from knowing who you are. Yep. And that's it that way. But when you learn to harness the distractions for your greater good, they become a tool that helps you. So what do I mean by that? People are very angry when certain channels will choose to put ads in order to generate abundance that just comes freely, right? YouTube has this option where you can have ads. And you can put them where you want. And some people will be very upset at that. But for me, it's like, if there's any way anybody can make money by just sitting there and sharing themselves, go for it, guys. Go for it. So I can sit through an ad. Or I can sit through the ad, let it play. I don't have to focus on it. Or I can sit and listen to the words. Because in an ad, if you're programmed or angry about the programming, that's what you're going to feel. That's what it's going to like, right? But if you're just like, oh, I wonder what syncs. I wonder what words are in this ad that make me happy. What makes me happy? Instead of what makes me angry. Like, that's how I learned to turn it around, right? It's not about me. It's about that person's channel and what they chose of what they want for themselves. And then I so choose to either go in or not. But when I do, I harness it for my greater good. So before I've even watched somebody's video that I've already chosen to watch, because I don't just watch videos for no reason, guys. I'm guided to them and I watch them because there's something in there that's for me. So if I'm guided to watch, like for example, I'll use like Paul Butler, Paul White Gold Eagle. He has transmissions that he puts out every day. And when I so choose to go in, he has ads sometimes, not always, but most times right now at the beginning. So before I've even gotten into his transmissions, hearing his voice, something in the ad is already a sync that I'm going to look for in his transmissions. So it doesn't matter what product's being sold or what bullshit. I'm not focusing on like whatever it is, but the words inside. Or if I choose to look, the imagery, something's gonna be in his reading. So like, let's say it's something selling like toothpaste, right? So the word Sensodyne, for example, sensitivity will be in the transmissions at some point, sometimes within the first 10 minutes. You know what I mean? Align yourself with what is for the greater good of the all, because really the greater good of the all is people having abundance with the least amount of effort of working through matrix patterns to get that abundance. Does that make sense? So who am I? I'm everything, just like you. Yeah. Yes, Trace B. You gotta tell yourself I love you. Yeah. And somebody said to me the other day, I don't know, I think it was Dean, and I can't remember if we were in a back room or if we were live on a stream on Matrix Man. Can't remember because it was months ago. But we were talking about self love and like hugging your own self, right? You can't be lonely. You can't be seduced by somebody who wants to cuddle with you. Oh, honey, you're so cute. We would cuddle with you. Fuck you. I cuddle my own self, right? The feeling of your own hands like this or like this or like this supersede any stranger that wishes to touch you, right? It takes away the feeling of feeling lonely. If you're already telling yourself, I love you, I trust you, and you're not giving yourself the affection and the touch, nobody can get through you and, take away, siphon your energy, or, you know what I mean? They can't. It's just not possible. Hi, Emoji King. Yeah. Thank you, looking great in John Benny's song with your pink coat and hood. Thank you. I came upon that after I returned back to North Bay in 2019, and I was in a thrift shop, and the certain thrift shop, when they get items that are high end, they don't put them up for sale at a high price.
Any of y'all want a Jolly Rancher? Or, I'm not gonna take them out because they're kind of ripped. Fuzzy peaches?
Ooh,
Or
fuzzy.
black licorice, which is hers, so I hate black.
Throwing out candies, Halloween.
Want some?
I can't see the chat till I get to it.
Here you go.
Aw, you're so sweet.
Yeah, I just hate the color green.
Taking candy from strangers, guys.
I don't like the flavor green.
Is it lime?
No, it's green apple.
Ugh, I never, yeah.
Like it. I don't like it on these. I like some other stuff.
Yeah, it depends on what the.
Yeah, it depends.
Some candy
Like,
tastes gross. It does not because it looks all pretty that it's good,
I
right?
hate chocolate. Everything chocolate flavored that isn't chocolate, like candy that's chocolate flavored. I had a lollipop and I thought it was grape. No, it was chocolate.
Yeah, so this thrift shop's really cool. Instead of putting a high-end thing at a high-end price, they auction it off. So there's a book in the store, and you go to the counter, you find the page of the number, and you put a bid, right? And then whoever is the highest bid wins, or it's theirs. So I had went to the thrift store looking for odds and ends of necessities that we needed and whatever. And I had seen the pink coat. It has the muff with it and everything. Usually in my old apartment, I had it hung on the walls. And right now, I still have left the walls bare because, first of all, it feels good to not have a lot of stuff hanging everywhere. But the walls were freshly painted and caulked. Is it caulked, right word? Is it caulking? Is it caulking? No, I don't think they're plastered. I don't think they were caulked. I think they were plastered. Sorry, I'm not so good with technical construction terms sometimes. Technical construction. Funny. So I don't want to put holes randomly for no reason until I know what I want, where I want it, right? Don't just go punching holes for no reason unless that's what you really want. And so the coat's not hanging right now. It's in the closet. Anyways, long story short, I bid $99.99 on the coat, seeing the prices that were already there. The highest already was 60 something, and I just went at $99.99, and I told myself, if this is meant to be mine, it's mine, and if not, I won't even remember. And then one day I got a call saying, hi, this is Rebuilt Resources. You bid on a coat, and you were the highest bidder. Do you still want the coat, or would you prefer that we call the second highest bid? And I was like, are you kidding me? I had just began my job, so I actually had abundance enough to spend $99.99 on something that long term, I don't think that coat is actually mine. It's too big for me to wear out in public. It's very bulky, but who knows? And I wouldn't wear that out by myself. It's just like, it's just too noticeable. But I chose to use it in John Benny's vid to put out through, like, the indigenous vibe with that, with the video that me and John made. The pinkness of it, the pink energy, the, you know, the rose. Yeah, that way. So perfect, Joe. We're all things, gods and goddesses. Ooh, I like that. I love you, me. Yeah, you, me. You, me. You love you. When you love yourself, you love everybody else. That doesn't mean you like everybody else. That doesn't mean you're going to hang out. That doesn't mean you don't have boundaries, but you love for the sake of loving because you love yourself. Trace B, yeah, I like tools. Me too. From the middle. Hey Raven, I see you down there. I gotta just catch up with the chat. That way, all things are to get from, no attachments. Exactly. Little Wing 6 was 9. I was that lost in a life of addiction. I didn't know what made me happy because I forgot. And the only portal I had to emotion was through music. I was numb and messed up for a while. Yep. And it's you allowing yourself to live those timelines that made it, that you made it through to the other side. If you had not allowed yourself to numb yourself, you wouldn't be here right now. You wouldn't have made it through. That was what you needed to be able to survive this fucked up world, right? And you had the music to anchor you here because you knew inside of you that you weren't the only one. So no matter how lost and messed up you felt, and you know what I mean, within you, you knew that somehow there was more, right? There was more. Got to be proud of your addictions. So proud, because they are what helps you help others. You don't judge somebody the same way when you've been there, done that, bought the t-shirt and lost the t-shirt, had it ripped from you, taken, stripped from you. When you've lived something, you will not judge someone else, anyone else, and their patterns and their loops, because you know what it is to have been there. And you have that belief, hope, or faith. You know what I mean? And there's a part of that knowing that knows where to separate self as well. You won't go and allow yourself to self-destruct by helping somebody over and over and over who's not ready to help themselves, but you are ready to be that witness when they are ready, right? That's what I believe anyway. Trace B says, throw me a cherry, Rose. I'll take whatever you have, Rose. Oh, that's cute. Yep, Trace says, I hear you, little wing. Yeah.
Don't have cherry in there.
There's no cherry, Lily says.
No, there's just strawberry. Grape. Green apple. One. I forget what the blues are. Probably like. And
Too much.
I think that's it.
Not good with the hair up. Hey, Singe Man, how's it going? Yeah, little wing.
That's kind of, now that I think of it, it's kind of funny because you bought blood licorice, which I don't like, and then I bought Jolly Ranchers, which you don't like, and then we bought something that we both like, which is the funny peaches.
Yep. Joe says, you're strong in love, Fiona. Yeah. Raven, hi everyone. Hope you have a great, blessed day. Gonna take Daniela out on a date. Roar, you guys have fun. Are you already gone, Raven? What you gonna do? What you gonna do on your date? No intimate details, but just like, if you're still there. Me's just wondering. Yeah, Joe, have an awesome time, definitely. How you doing, Singe Man? How's your day going so far? Happy 1222222. Me loving the numbers. Loving them a lot. Little Wing says, thanks, Joe. No regrets, but many lessons learned. Love you guys. Yeah. Yep. Love you too. I'm proud of you for the lessons learned. How the lessons ripple effect for helping others. Sometimes it's just beyond words, eh? You believe that too, 100%? And you know it too? Yeah, same, Trace B. Yeah, exactly. Joe, positive vibes always. Yeah, Trace B, let your hair relax. Yeah, I was doing like bopping around, doing like just some tidying up and some stuff, and I actually realized yesterday to what point that if I'm going to read cards, I need to be set up like, you know what I mean? Like it's ridiculous how just grabbing stuff and then there's stuff everywhere. Like it's cluttered, right? It's not comfortable. So I told Lily, I was like, I'm gonna set something up, and I'm not gonna tell the story.
I'm telling the story.
No, you can't.
So
I'm gonna stop the stream now. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
So she used this thing.
I had an old speaker that doesn't
And
work.
then she realized,
I tried to use the top of a speaker that's this big, like wide as my butt, for all
Yeah,
my
for
cards.
all
So I was
of
gonna
this.
pile them.
and then she decided to grab one like blue bin and
I-
put it on top of that thing.
Yeah, so I was gonna makeshift a table.
And then when she was halfway putting on all the cards, I said, "Why don't you just use the kitchen table? We're not using it."
We
I
don't,
thought of it the whole time.
she did.
The
The whole time I was asking, can I use your TV tray as a table? No. And it's like, okay, I'm going to invent my own table. So I started using the speaker,
TV
realized it's
tray.
really small. It's called a TV tray because it bends and closes like really fast. And that's what they were like invented for. Anyways, and then I was like, oh, I'll take an old not an old, but a Tupperware container, like the big bins, and I'll flip it upside down on the speaker. And I don't care how it looks. Nobody comes here anyways. Doesn't matter. And then as I'm almost set up on there, feeling really proud of myself. Really proud. I was like proud of myself. I had invented a fucking table. And then she looks at me. She's like, why don't you just use the kitchen table over there? It's like just a little, I'll show you guys. And I'm like, oh my God, I never even thought of it. I don't know. I'm kind of done of the program of we got to sit at the kitchen table, especially when there's only two of you, and we're just
I was laughing
live the way we
so
want,
much.
right?
I was
So-
laughing so much.
Yeah. So she was laughing at me, not with me. So
You
I
were
set
laughing
myself
too.
up. Yes, I was laughing too. So I've actually set myself up. Oh my gosh, I swear though, when she looked at me and said, why don't you just use the kitchen table? I was like, oh my God. This is why follow the children, they lead the way. No joke. Trace B, I would build you a little table. Oh, sweetie, I would build my own. I gave up all my tools in 2019. I sold them, gave them away, and just, I did the yard sale to make money to be able to travel. And I don't even know why I shouldn't have gotten rid of certain things for the price I got for it, but it was like at the time I didn't want to have so much stuff in storage, right? I kept 10 totes at the time. And so, yes, Flat Fellow, if you want to put the link up, please do. And I actually put a timer on my phone at 8:55 Eastern Time to make sure. Like, that's how there I'm going to be. No joke. I put a timer on my phone to make sure I don't forget. If you'd like to share it, please do.
PM or AM?
Eastern Time.
PM or AM?
Yeah. And you ever get rid of so much stuff in your life and then you're like, if I hadn't gotten rid of my pieces of wood that my daddy gave me, I would have a table right now. If I hadn't gotten rid of that thing, I would have a table right now, right? It's just like, stop thinking about what you had and figure out with what you got. But yeah,
I'm just eating candy and playing.
I can't wait to have
with Amy because she forgot yesterday.
the garden, the garage, the tool, the access to the, the manifesting.
I'm just waiting for Amy to reply, cause her turn on Capone.
Okay. Singeman, random. I knew a guy named Warwick, real name, in high school. He was big and into heavy metal. I don't think that's random. I had just written earlier about John Wick. I just wrote something down about John Wick before I came in. Warwick. I like the random singe, man. Sounds weird, but sometimes the random things we say or we write down are the exact things that someone else needs. Oh, nice, Trace B. Your hair's growing so fast. You cut 2 more inches yesterday. I feel lighter, kind of. Yeah. It's funny because I only snipped little bits of edges a month or 2 whatever ago, just little, like not even just I was just grabbing and like, I don't like you, a little bit off, right? Like, I don't know. And like, I'm no hairdresser, Trace B. And it helped me to feel lighter. It's like I snipped the end of the antenna and got rid of something that was attached to me. Joe Awesome 1, my hair and beard are amalgamating. Rawr, that's so cool. Thanks for sharing that, Flat Fellow. Really appreciate it. That Flat Fellow, the video link is up above. Tonight, this kids show premieres. 31 of us worked 6 months on it. Hope to see y'all there. Yeah. 333 Eastern Time, you wrote that, Flat Fellow. 369. Yeah. Little Wing 6 was 9. My hair stopped growing, probably because I was coloring it. I have no idea how it would look naturally. The gray. I think, Fiona, that if you choose you're going to color your hair, then you tell your hair that it helps it to grow, right? Just believing that the coloring is going to help it is already huge, right? It's already huge. And yesterday we had sun and I was looking at, like, my hair's not super long, but I was looking at what I could see without even my glasses on, and it's incredible. Like, guys, if you don't know, like, about your sparkles on your skin, you know what I mean? Like, if you need something for self-love, if you need something to realize, like, my body is not the same anymore. If you need something to believe in the magic, the alchemy of what's actually happening right now, look at your own skin under the, like, in the sunlight. Depending on how open your third eye is and your actual eyes and you are ready to see, sometimes you don't even need the sunlight anymore. You can use just natural lighting like this and see it. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how other people see, but we are sparkles, guys. And our hair, right? And people who don't have hair are like, well, I don't have hair. I don't have the antenna. Guess what? You are so different that what emanates from you, ask yourself to see it. Look at yourself in the mirror. Bring a mirror outside in the sun and look at yourself. What is emanating from people who don't have hair is what is in our hair. But other people just don't have it. Right? So if people who are like balding by choice or by not choice, if you could see what you emanate from your scalp, you would never be like not grateful for that baldness. And here's the thing, there are people who speak openly about how to regenerate your hair. Some people use certain natural products. Some people, it's only massage and intent, guys. Just believing. Stop believing that because in your DNA that every masculine or feminine, because it's a thing for feminines as well. Stop believing the programs of, because my father, my grandfather, like all men in my family are bald. Just believing that, you've become part of that lineage, right? If you don't believe that, you can't be a part of it. And sometimes that's like, there's reasons you can't regenerate something is because your hair would not be an asset to you. Hair takes energy. And right, so you either harness the energy of your hair, or it's actually sucking life from you because it's too long, because you got too much of it, because you don't need that. So we're all different. It depends. But we're limitless. Everything is possible when you let go of all the programs, right? And again, I'm not a documenter. If I was a documenter, then you would have like my videos would be a completely different timeline of me showing my body and how I can, decide that I want body fat, that I don't want body fat, how I want my boobs bigger and how I want them smaller. But I'm not here to prove that to anybody. There's people who do it. Find them. Ask and you shall receive. Ask to be guided, right? Research. Find the vids of the people who talk about these things. Our bodies, we are the ones that actually can manipulate how they look once we've dropped the programming. And fat is a part of our own soul protecting us, right? So sometimes you think that it's what you're eating, you think that it's hereditary, you think that it's your thymus, you think, okay, because you think all that, that's what's going to happen. But if you knew how hard it is to be a skinny little person in this world with all these energies, you'd be so grateful for those layers, you would never feel ashamed of them again, ever. If you knew how hard it is to be little without the buffers and how you feel more, right? If you understood that you are 300 or 280 pounds or 250 pounds right now in this timeline, because if you weren't, you would go batshit. You wouldn't be able to handle all the tone. Like some people can't even handle like their ears ringing for like once a day. Can you imagine if they rang all day long? Would you be able to be here right now? Would you be able to sustain without medication? Because you would go to the doctor for that, because you would be going bonkers from what you're listening to, what you're hearing. Every time the Schumann fluctuates, our bodies feel it. So some people have layers of padding in order so that they can survive until they've shed all the different other programmings to be able to embody, like step into another embodiment. When you see souls and energy, you see how people will look in the future. And I've been on YouTube for 3 years. So I'm not going to name people because I don't want to single anybody out. But in the last 3 years, I've seen people's bodies, hair, and complete silhouettes be different, right? You can watch one of Kimba's videos from when she started, you can watch one from last week, and you can watch one from tomorrow. Kimba steps into different embodiments every single week and all the time. Kimba's always going more. Her, you know what I mean? Always. And I use her as an example because it's sacred how just, you know what I mean? How you can visually see that, her, our tones. I was told since I started streaming again or being in communication on my devices that my voice is different since before Christmas. My my weeks of breaks have like made my voice stronger. I'm projecting my voice more than I did before. Right? And that's me because I stepped into different embodiments of self, and the missing of not being able to stream for 2 weeks, knowing, and it's okay, I wasn't attached, and I knew it was for my greater good of the all as well. Y'all needed a break from me. Go watch some other people, get some other ideas, right? You choose to come back, you do. You don't, you don't. It's fine, right? You will when it's time. But I'm projecting louder, better. I didn't change my devices. I didn't do anything to my devices. But my voice is more clear to people now. Some people have said, like, I used to need headphones to listen to you, and now I don't. Like, that's huge, right? Talk of pushing. Trace B, yeah. Someone stole my window from the wood shop and a neon sign. One of the crafted neon signs, Trace B? Oh well, I hope it doesn't work for them. Yeah. Karma's a bitch when you take things like that, eh? It really is. There's a difference between when, you know what I mean? If, like, in your yard, something that could actually help somebody to survive or to make their life easier, but these types of things aren't things, right? That's something that is just right? There's a difference between if you went into your wood shop and you had a sleeping bag and a tent and all of a sudden those are gone. You can actually, like, tell yourself, wow, I hope that the person who took that is using it to survive, right? Like, for no one, like, it's possible, right? People, why would somebody just come grab a tent? Because they need it. Like, thank you, my tent was there and somebody's going to be served. Another tent will come into my reality, right? um but taking certain things like that, right? A window and a neon sign. You're at work still, Tom? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to call you Tom. That flat fellow still at work, but listening. Thank you. Trace B, I trim my hair every 2 weeks. I just nip it. Yeah? I'm wondering if I shouldn't be nipping a bit more, Trace. And I'm wondering if I just saw it twice, you know what I mean? That it would be beneficial for me. I wish I had a pair of real, like, scissors that are for hair, you know what I mean? Like, not just my craft scissors and stuff. I feel sometimes that I'm like, because my hair's curly too. It's like those funny little tooth scissors is what I would need, like, right? Little Wing, that's exactly what I did, Genevieve. I'm growing it, looking after it better. Yeah. And you just got to believe in what you're using. We can't all afford, like, the, or organic vegan grain fed fucking shampoo and conditioner, right? It's like 30 fucking bucks a bottle here. No joke, right? So believing that what you're using is the best, right? Yes, that flat fellow. Everything is possible. I believe that a lot of us have been through, like, even more, like, so much stuff in the last, you know what I mean, in the last 2 years, but especially 2021, in order for us to, like, just, like, whoosh, and then pivot. It's so enough of thinking of certain things, but the pivot of the knowing, like, if all this shit is possible, then everything else is possible as well. I don't know if that makes sense, but Trace B, I would love to help strengthen, grow your hair, Little Wing. Just letting you know. Not not that you need help, but just offering. And I think that's beautiful as well, Trace B, because you believing and me believing in Fiona's hair, not even discounting anybody else who's listening, there's a trinity of us amplifying amazing energy towards her hair. Like, you know what I mean? So the power of three feminines, again, I know there's other people here, I know other people will listen to this, but it's sacred. The more of us that believe in something for someone else, right, amplifies. It does. And Trace, because of your hair background, like, you do have, like, tips of tricks of the trade of the knowing, right? Joe, when I eat avocado, I smother my face and hair in the, after 5 minutes, wash it off. It's funny, I just bought an avocado yesterday. I was craving it, but I forgot it. I was craving it, but I forgot to eat it. Little Wing says, I'd like that, Trace. I'd love to cut out the products. Apart from the color, it's actually cleaner and easier to manage. Yeah. Hi, Shan Cam. 344, you came in. Oh my God, Michelle, you know my friend Colby Woodall? What a small world. Shan, I don't know what happened yesterday, but two people came in, Mark and Colby, And I thought you told them to come to me because they both know you. It was Mark, I think, who said he worked with you, or I could be mixed up with Colby. I'm still overwhelmed, and I say overwhelmed. I'm super whelmed because of the power, the energy of the stream yesterday. Lasted 6 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 minutes and 1 second. And I swear, after you left, Shan, Mark came in and Colby Woodall. And it was like, I thought you had linked me to them. No joke. Because it was like, how can Shan come in today and then two people at the same time, the same day? Colby's a gem. He is a gem. I don't even have the words. I've got a list. I'm behind in drawings of people who supported me and Lily through PayPal, because I always make a drawing for people, so I'm a little bit behind. So I've got a list, right? I got a list of people, but I'm guided to do Colby's name because my drawings are third eye exercises. Whether people choose to do or use them or not, or even look at them, I'm still doing that for them, right? But I was so shocked because when I finished my live stream, especially yesterday, I went hard and long, which felt perfect. It's what I needed, it's what was needed, but after I was done, it was like I needed food, right? Like I was just, you should have seen me shoveling that in my mouth, like the shepherd's pie. Oh my God. And Colby had linked like a specific app that he uses to upload his music. And so I have it in my Safari, and I told myself like go log in, like load an app and log in, and I was too tired, like I couldn't focus on anything. So I am snarfing my food, and all of a sudden in my, because I subbed him yesterday when he came in, all of a sudden he's uploading videos to YouTube of his music, and I don't know if you saw the comments, but it was like that was a godsend. When I finish these live streams and then I turn around and I'm, you know what I mean? There's nobody saying, here's your food, babe. Or, like whatever, like just figure out your shit, Mama Bear. Like I had prepped, so I had the food ready, but it wasn't warm anymore. I had to warm it up. But it's like getting off stage after giving your all on stage, but there's no one to high five you and talk about it with and interact with. Right? So his videos were popping up like boom, 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 one at a time. And I was able to just press on them and get like a release of, it's like what I had given during the day, Colby was giving it back, because he's already got an app that he puts his music on, but he was inspired to start loading them to YouTube at the same time as like I needed an inflow of something, right? As well, yesterday, Shancamp, two people from my 2019 timelines have come back making vids, and one of them is like a super special lady, like that's really close to my heart. I can't remember her channel name because it's just how I am. I'll share her channel at some point when she's got content, but the video that she put out yesterday was basically saying, hey guys, I'm back, and then explaining the stuff that had certain things in her timelines. And she's a super amazing artist and just a very powerful, super powerful sister. And I cried so many times after the stream yesterday. I almost made a video at 11:30 last night just to say thank you because I shouted out to the universe for like check-ins, for certain validation, for the feeling of people, you know what I mean? And I got it so much yesterday that like, it's like, no matter how long I've been doing this, yesterday is one of the first truest times that I really shut it off, but I didn't feel alone, even if, like, and I say alone, like, yes, Lily's here, guys, but it's not her to, like, pump Mama Bear back up with energy, right? She already does a lot of that. It's not up to her to pump me back up, right? She just naturally leaks out energy. She's a child. She's just naturally leaking out energy. But yesterday was the first, like, it was a different, like, I always feel full and happy on a certain level, but there's times I feel just empty because it's like, okay, what's for me now, right? Like, right? I don't have like that thing of like whatever. And a lot of me is a vault as well, right? The things that I keep and the things that I'm holding and the things that I feel like they don't get put back out. Like I'm transmuting it all. But yeah, it was amazing. Trace B, no product is great. No need for thinning shears, little G. No, Trace. Just my simple craft scissors that are sharp is okay for my hair. I always feel that when I cut my tips, I can tell exactly which strands I cut. Like it shows that I don't like that. It looks choppy. We don't have Walgreens here, but if I went to a beauty supply store, 12 bucks American, maybe 20 bucks Canadian, I could get a pair. Just get a pair for about, okay. Right on, Shankamp. We worked together. He's a dear friend. That's awesome. Yeah. He's an amazing soul. And, yeah. Back, Joe? Joe says, I have short hair. It might get messy, Genevieve. So Colby was guided here of his own. And when I was doing the dishes, because I wanted everything to be clean when I was done as well yesterday, so I did my dishes before I live streamed, but the name Cole came into my awareness when I was doing the dishes. And not, here's Pickle Face. Hey, that way, are you there? Grab a pickle. The name Cole came up into my awareness, and I was wondering, like, is it is it someone that, because there's only a few little Coles from my past, and from my past, they're not even my past, from my daughter's past, and I was like, maybe I'll see my daughter's person that she knew named Cole, right? Like, but Cole, and the name itself is so powerful. Colby Woodall, double implications of fire, coals, hot burning coals, and wood, right? Together as first and last name. And then Cole, B, like a bee, the bee energy, just B. But the bzz, the B is so powerful. Seriously, it seems like a short Cole, B, Wood, all 4 syllables, right? But those 4 syllables together is truly one of the most powerful names. Trace B says, oh my God, Joe, you saying that makes me giggle, because once upon a time I was married and he was bald and he wore a toupee sometimes, and I got so mad at him one day that I cut it up and I left the mess on the floor. LOL, so immature. Rawr. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love it. It might be immature, but if you did, it's because it had to be done, man. Man. Yes, Shan, so many synchronicities. It's really beautiful.
I'm gonna like choke on a pickle if I fall straight on my face.
That's really weird. Kind of creepy, to be honest.
Down my throat.
Okay, you need to stop saying that out loud before I get like cut off. It sounds so yucky. Shancamp, I gotta walk my doglets, but I wanted to tell you how I loved you and you're amazing. Thank you. Love you too, sweetie. Enjoy walking the doglets. You know that expression. I call people chiclets. Yeah, facing Lady Lily dancing. The little one dancing behind me. Yes.
With pickles.
You ever feel like you got a monkey
with
on your
pickles.
shoulder? Yes, with pickles. Right? With pickles. You ever feel like you got a monkey over your shoulder?
Your purified water or whatever.
Oh my gosh.
So purified.
What happened to it?
I know it's tea.
Trace B says, okay, you trim the hair across, then you take the scissors and snip up. Snip it here and snip it there, snip it everywhere. Is Trixie here? Where's her? There she is. Hi, Trixie. Oh my gosh, me was thinking about you earlier, sweetie. I'm gonna move the cards just a little bit so you can see my setup, but I'm gonna flip the screen. It'll be easier. There's the. Whee. There, you're right here beside me, Trixie.
Hi.
Okay, that's so kind of creepy. You're right beside me, Trixie.
No, I'm right beside you.
Stop correcting me everywhere. That dragonfly energy. It's funny because last week or a couple days ago, I sent a picture to Alexander, Ganja Shaman, and he's
And
like,
me again.
and he's like, oh my God, the snow is up to the window, Genevieve. And I was like, oh God, Alex, no, we don't have that much snow this year.
No, it's just
We don't have that much snow this year. It's just what's on the ledge. And he was
Yeah.
like, oh my God. I thought, well, he might not have said, oh my God, he speaks his way, but he was like, I thought there was snow up to the window. And I was like, no, there's no snow up to the window. It can happen. That would be what's actually typical for Northeast Ontario, but that's not what's happening anymore. No, I didn't find the big jug of pickles yet.
I feel so tall.
Okay, don't mess around too much, okay? Trixie says, I changed my photo. Yeah, no kidding, eh? I'm incognito today. Trace B says, I do that sometimes.
It's your PFP.
Okay, be careful, please. As cool as you might want to think you are, you flipping somewhere is not going to be really cool. And you need to really brush your hair because you still look like kind of raggy.
Yeah, because I've been letting it up for a while.
And I say that and I never brush my hair.
Yeah.
But I don't have the same kind of hair as you. You know what happened to me back in the day? I don't know if it's because I don't have like a computer and a browser, but when I messed with changing my names and then changing my screenshot or whatever it's called, a profile, it like wouldn't let me touch anything anymore. So I've left the green picture there since forever. Trixie, I'm learning to trade NFTs. I paid for this, so I might as well use it. Oh, baby girl, I have no clue what an NFT is. And I even Googled it the other day, and I was like, I still don't understand what it is. I don't. Ooh. Winnowing. My neighbor used to trim my hair, brushing it forward, cutting it straight across, leaves it nicely layered. My ex did his own once and messed it up. He looked like a monk. Like a monk or a medieval jester. I like the medieval jester more. That's more like... Oh my God, I love it. Yeah. I know I've told this story before and I'm not going to go intimately into it, but that one time I let my ex cut my hair and I'm sitting on the toilet, like with the lid, on the lid, and I'm sitting there not looking in the mirror and thinking, oh my God, I love him so much. I trust him so much. This is so romantic. My lover is cutting my hair. And I was just like, I was so just enamored and it was so exciting and it was such a beautiful exchange of energy.
And then he messed it up.
And then he said, oh shit, I'm too drunk for this. I really don't know how to cut hair. Put the scissors down and walked out of the bathroom. And I sat there going like this. Yes, this is your dad. And I sat there like this, going like, fuck. Fuck, this ain't romantic anymore. Fuck. What do I actually look like? Right? Because his face, like there's fucking hair everywhere, guys. Hair everywhere. And his face is like shocked. He's like, I'm too drunk for this. I should have never done this. I don't know how to cut hair. And I'm just sitting there swaying back and forth, looking at the ground, thinking, how did I go from thinking this is the most romantic moment of my life to being terrified to look at myself? To be terrified to look at myself in the mirror. Like, I swear. And yeah, I probably looked like a medieval fucking jester.
Did you look in the mirror?
Eventually, yes, I had to. It's my head, my face, my hair. My one fucking sacred thing about myself is my hair, for real, right? Fuck. But it's the going from like the la-di-da, like, oh my god, we are so cool, right? This is so amazing. It's like in the movie Michael with John Travolta when he was an angel, right? I'm finally living that moment where my man is taking care of me. And then he says, oh fuck. I swear that's a true story.
Was I even born?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the beginning of the end. You were maybe 3.5.
Oh.
No, it was before that. No, it was before that. Anyways, whatever. Oh, man. Trixie, it took me months to understand, and I have still a lot to learn. Trace, yeah, little wing. Throw the head over. That's what I do when I need a good cut. Right on. Little wing. Be back soon. I'm going to go visit another channel. Martin, I don't know how to say that last name. Liedtke. Cool beans. Trace, nope, it was not romantic anymore. I think by the time I got to the living room, he was asleep. Like, that's how, you know what I mean? Like, he was so intoxicated. But I think that, like, it was the beginning of really understanding.
At least you didn't keep going and you're bald.
True that. That was, I think, one of the triggers of really understanding, like, when somebody holds their liquor well and they are kind and happy when they drink, it's very hard. It's different than, there's people who are mean when they're sober, but not when they drink. So I had to, like, be, hit over the head, chopped on the head to start to see what I didn't know or see, Oh. Little Wing says, LOL, Genevieve. The word I used can't be said in front of Lily Rose. The words that I try not to use in my vocabulary are things like stupid and hate and other words that, you know what I mean? Swear words are not the same to me, but we're all different.
In the old place, Bo never sat on my bed. He was always focusing on your bed.
Yeah. He shares more. He's more with us everywhere, eh?
Yeah.
He's like a damn dog this morning, and I say damn because he was always in my feet and I didn't know. At one point I almost squished him and I was like, what are you doing? Like, you have food.
It scared me.
But he's acting like a dog in the last week and a half, like so much. Like, he comes and just sits beside me. If I call his name, you know what I mean? He acts like a dog and he looks up. It's amazing. And I say damn, not in the bad way. Right, but just in that, like, when you're in the our kitchen's not big and there's hardly any counter, and it's like a question of like understanding how to maneuver, and like, oh my gosh, I felt so bad. I'm funny. I'm funny with my true life stories for sure. Eh? Oh my gosh. I gotta take a break, circulate a bit. My bum's getting numb bum. Mommy forgot. I could leave ambience. Loves this thing so much. I don't even have the words. I'm so grateful to have been guided to it. Like, it makes me happy. Hope it makes you guys happy too. Hope it's reminiscent of good memories, right? The music box, that type of feeling, the globe. I hope it's reminiscent of good memories for people. And if it's not, may your bad memories of it be transmuted into light, right? You be back later too, Trace B, cooking something? Right on, sweetie. You want to know what you're cooking when you come back. You back now too, Joe? Mom is happy. Is she feeling any better today, sweetie? I hope so. I was thinking about her lots and lots last night and just sending her love and energy and just like that vibe of like, it's okay to rest, sweetie. It's okay to rest, right? It's okay to rest. Like the sea that shall not be named seems like so scary, but it is. It's an opportunity for the body to rest. It's good. It is. I'm gonna pull a crystal card. How's you guys? Happy Saturn's Day, by the way. 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 2 2 2. Can you feel the magic in the air today? It says there's 7 in the chat in the moment, and it says 17 likes. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the numbers on the likes. Rawr. Wow, that's so cool. I found my selenite this morning. It's not like it was really far. It was just packed up in a box. But I found it this morning. Thank you to 1111, code Dean, who... Yes. Yeah. But I was looking for this specifically too. Thanks to Jansu, who sent this to me. I had not had this in my reality till Jansu sent it to me. And Dean put up his big wand the other day. It's like huge, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't found my selenite yet. And then yesterday we talked about it again, and today it's the first card up. So I'm going to read everything that's in the book front to back for whatever messages are needed. Please always remember, you don't need to own a crystal in order to harness its powers. You can just think about it. You can take a screenshot and look at it, right? You can use it as a screenshot for your, your home page or your lock screen on your device. You can have it on your computer. You can have many crystal pictures on your computer that change, right? In order to empower yourself with the energy of the crystals. You don't have to have it. Like, yes, it's the ultimate, but you don't have to have it. For myself, my most precious piece that I ever had, like, that I loved, well, 2 of them that I loved so much. One was an Apache tear, and I gifted that to a woman in a city who lent me her bathroom once. We were walking in a community that was very family oriented community, going to a park specifically. Lily Rose was 4, and we were going to a park in Burlington where I grew up, well, where I went to my grades 7 and 8 and my high school, Burlington, Ontario. And I was with a high school, elementary school friend. Shout out, dude. And so we were going for a walk in the neighborhood, and I needed to go to the bathroom, like big time, big time. So I said to him, like, I don't even have time to go back to the house. And I needed to pee, and I was menstruating at the time, and it was either like I was gonna like soak everything, and I'm not afraid to pop a squat. I'm of the woods and the bushes, like that's what I know the most. But I didn't want to disrespect people by somebody seeing me and thinking, yucky thoughts, right? So I said to Jeff, I was like, there's a dog grooming salon there. I'm going to go ask if I could use the bathroom. And he looks at me, he's like, it's closed. They won't let you use the bathroom. And I was like, why not? Right? I was like, if somebody's there, because there's a car there, there's lights on, it's closed. I was like, why not? And he's like, this is the city, Michelle. People just don't let people use the bathroom randomly. And I was like, well, I've got nothing left to lose to ask one person if I can use the bathroom, right? I'd rather ask one person that's a business, the light's on, the car's there. I'm not going to go knock at a random stranger's door, right? But I was like, I got nothing to lose to ask. So I went, I knocked on the door, and a lady came to the door, and I was like, hi, I'm not from here, and we're on a walk with my little kid to go to the park, and I really need like female accommodations to go to the bathroom right now. Otherwise, there's going to be stuff pouring out of me, or I'm going to use the bushes. And she looked at me. She's like, of course, dear. Come on in. Right? So I looked at him and I was like, told you. And I went to the bathroom, and it was a dog grooming salon, so just the dog energy in itself. And she looked at me. She's like, I'm really sorry. I'm actually here to clean because it smells like dog. And I'm actually here to clean today, so it smells like dog. And I was like, that's the best smell in the world to me. It's fine. Like, thank you for allowing me to use the bathroom, and thanks for the dog energy. You know what I mean? Like, that's awesome. Anyways, when I came out of the bathroom, my Apache tear, which my sister had brought from Arizona from me, and she brought many Apache tears for me, but they were littler to make jewelry with a hole in them already pierced. But this was a solid rock. It was my favorite, right? And so I gave it to her, and she's like, what is this? You don't have to give me anything. And I was like, I'd like to give it to you. I feel like it's yours now. I thank you for the bathroom, but I feel like this should be yours. I said, it's an Apache tear, comes from Arizona, and I would tell you to go when you feel ready or when you feel guided. It might not be today, or it might be like as soon as I walk out the door. But go Google what the properties are of an Apache tear, and whatever you find that feels good to you, that gives you shivers, is a message for you. I didn't come here randomly. I'm not the kind of person who just asks people to go to their bathroom. And I was like, there's a reason for everything, and this is one of my most precious treasures, and it's yours. And she didn't want to accept it, but I was like, but I can't bring it out of here. Like, I'm really guided to give it to you, you know? Anyways, so she took it, and we had that exchange of energy. It was so magical. And my amethyst that was gifted to me from one of my dearest people in my timelines of 2012 to 2017, 16, she had gifted me with amethyst, and it gave me the power to do things I needed to do that were the hardest things I ever had to do. And I gifted that one day. I was working, and as I was working, I was knowing that certain people were leaving the property where I lived and worked and played.
Final option. Y'all want some? Jolly Ranchers?
I want
Here you
candy. So I knew they were leaving, and this woman was going for like a hip type of surgery, like in 2 months. And everything inside of me, like I'm working, and everything inside of me was like, run home, grab the amethyst, and go give it to the lady. And I was like, okay. So I ran home, I grabbed the crystal, the amethyst. It was on the table, like really visual because it's my favorite, and I used it for energy all the time. I grabbed it, and they ran to the cottage, and they were just she was grabbing the door handle of her car to leave. Like, they were done. They were leaving. Like, I got here just in time to say, here, this is for you. I realize you might not be able to bring it into the operating room when you get operated, but I'm gifting this to you in order to protect you from the fear that you have now, because what you're going through is really scary, right? Because she wasn't so old, and no matter what, every surgery can have repercussions. And I was saying, like, you have months to harness the energy to, you know, research, if you feel so guided, of what this is doing for you, and then you have it for the healing after. And I said, if you are allowed to bring it into the operating room and have it on you or on the table anywhere, like, do it, right? But if you can't, then imagine it there when you're doing that. And I've never heard from her since. Her grandson had texted me to say thank you for doing that for my grandmother, but I still don't know to this day. But I had told him when we were in the timeline together, is when I lived off the beach at that, you know what I mean? And I said, I see, because his grandmother had to sit in a chair in order for the kids to come to her and bring toys and bring stuff. She couldn't bend down to play with them. And I said, I see your grandmother as fully functioning. So, and it's in the future, it's not in the past. Like, I'm not having visions of your grandmother, how she used to be. I'm having visions of how she's going to be. Like, I really feel she's going to be safe. and I was guided to give more to make sure that she felt that as well, right? When someone else believes in the power of healing, amplifies that power of healing. Fire Drake, oh dude. Yesterday I was calling you in, no joke. I was like, Fire Drake, Fire Drake, Fire Drake, because I spoke often about a star's eye view yesterday. I even said it like a mantra, Fire Drake, Fire Drake, Fire Drake. But if you did come in, you didn't comment. But I think that at the same time as you put a like on one of my things on Instagram is when I was saying Fire Drake, Fire Drake, Fire Drake. Dude, thanks for being here. Fucking honored you take the time to come in. How's it going, dude? I'm gonna catch up with the chat, then I'll read the selenite. Joe says, I called my mom, but yes, the wife still feels the same and testing positive. Aw, Fire Drake. What a sync, dude. I was wondering, why am I thinking of the amethyst but bringing up the Apache tier? That's why. Thanks for validating the synchronicity, dude. I swear the validation of the syncs are coming through so much in the last 72 hours. Like, I've always been syncy, but it's amplified. But amplified where the sharing of it, the knowing. Fire Drake, I have my Apache tier with me right now. It's a gift from Witch Moon. That is amazing. Thanks for telling me. Well, us. Yeah, that way, when we live from the center of our hearts, we can see both sides equally. I like that way. Cool. So the card number is 49. 49 is 13. 1 and 4. 1 and 3. 49 is 13 and 13 is 4. 4 is the door. I'll just take a drink of water before I start reading it. Selenite, liquid light, fluidity, flexibility, illumination and clarity, raising your vibration. When selenite spirit appears, it's a message. It's a message to use to keep moving past your challenges. Your sight's always on raising your vibration, to be like liquid light, illuminating, fluid, and flexible. For even the earth and her rocks, stones, and crystals change and reveal more of themselves over time. Selenite's spirit message is that whatever the pace of the change, you must yield your expectations about how things should be so that you can discover the beauty in how things are evolving. Like liquid light flowing around an obstacle, you have the capacity to move more freely than you realize. Know that a new perspective can help you see that. You don't have to be stopped in your tracks. Be flexible in your thinking, for there's more wisdom in the universal consciousness than in your own individual mind, and it is always available to you. The way out of the old patterns is to enter the unknown. Without the maps, without the well-defined familiar paths. Surrender to your fear and know that the conscious universe is here to provide you with clarity and guide you through the unexpected twists and turns. One of the things that I heard this morning in Paul Butler's transmission, Paul White Gold Eagle, is that this year is going to be a year where we hear out loud more and more, but that's not the way we do things. But that's not the way it's done. And more of us are going to be doing things exactly the opposite of what we were taught, ingrained, and programmed to do. right? So it's not going to get simpler unless we surrender to the flow of it, because expecting the unexpected and the knowing that we are here to rewrite the scripts for humanity. I'm putting it out there again. The relationships and the unions coming into fruition are going to blow people's senses right out of the water. Masculine and feminine coming together with such age gaps that it's going to be disgusting to people, right? We're not talking about underage children here. We're talking about adults that are souls that are of a certain age, that, you know, the 30 years apart is going to fucking shock families. It's going to destroy every single thing of the ancestral lineage of what was allowed in a family, right? One of the things I've noticed in the last 3 years is that, guess what? There's a lot of feminines who have started relationships with another feminine, come into union, but not many masculine have come into union with another masculine. And even the masculine who are the ones who are to come into union with the masculine are in resistance, because they don't want to admit to themselves that that's what they need, that's what they want, and that's what their soul path is. And you know what I mean? It shocks, right? And I have concrete examples, but I'm a fault unless they're here and say, yeah, speak openly about it, Genevieve, or if I get the heads up, but I do have a handful of masculines who have allowed themselves to be in relationships, you know what I mean, with other masculines, physical relationships, and they have thrived. They have surpassed who they ever thought they were in their life path. And it is not easy, but love is love. It knows no gender, it knows no age, and it does not know race as well. Many people have done this in the last 3 years, but it's going to be a phenomenon this year of people crossing countries, borders that we can't even imagine, because there's so many restrictions right now that our mind can't even conceive we could go visit another country, much less live in another country with our divine partners. Or sometimes, you know, it's not a divine partner that's forever, it's a relationship for a set amount of time, but it must happen in order for the examples, the rewriting of the scripts, the soul to come into its full alignment. But, you know, mark my words, and allow yourself to, like, really listen to your soul, right? Because if you start allowing your soul to speak, it's not always what you expected. And I'll give you one example in my life path. I'm 50 years old, and one concrete example I have is, as soon as I started exchanging energies with food, by being the chef, by being the cook, by being the person who creates the food in a restaurant, everybody and their brother, the first thing, or the one thing they would always say to me is, this is so good, you should have your own restaurant. Why don't you have your own restaurant? Why don't you buy your own restaurant? Right? Not that we don't love coming here, but why don't you get your own? And my answer was always, nope, never, not gonna happen. Been there, been to the puppet show, was on the ride. My mom and dad had a restaurant. I know exactly what it takes, and I won't do that. Never, never, never. I will never have my own restaurant. Ever. 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 I will not buy my own restaurant. No, 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 no. But guess what? The restaurant that I bought, I had been going to for years. 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 Did I say years? And never once did I ever think of that restaurant as mine. And then one day, May 24, long weekend in Canada, Saturday night, stock car races, mama's there with her hubby, and we've been like fucking, he's been in the pit all day, and you know what I mean, the kids, and it's race day, baby. and somebody says out loud, did you guys know that this restaurant's going to close and nobody wants to buy it? Nobody wants to take it over. The town's not going to have a restaurant anymore. And I was like, what? I was like, but, you know, like the person that leased it for a year, what do you mean? He's not buying it? And they were like, no. He always thought he wanted a bar or a restaurant, but he, you know, he realized, like, what the fuck? You got to know what you're doing. You got no clue what you're going from a sawmill to having a bar, thinking, it's so fun, it's so easy. But he realized, like, holy shit, I'd rather go back to the sawmill. And the people that own it, if nobody leases it or buys it, they're done. They're not coming back no matter what. And everything inside me was like, boom, this is mine. This is mine. Zero money. Zip. Newborn, well, Amy was like 2.5, 3, 2.5, 3 years old. Sammy was 7, 6, 7, 8. I can't remember, right? Whatever, do the math with the ages of my kids. I had 2 young children, a house, a garage, working a job, 80 to 100 hours a week in the summer, getting paid and just loving what I was doing. And everything inside me was like, this is my restaurant. And I remember getting home and telling my husband at the time, was like, I'm going to buy that restaurant. And he was like, what? We got no money. You can't buy a restaurant. And then I told my family, you can't buy a restaurant. You got no money. And that's too much. You got the kids. And I was like, okay, I've already got the kids. And I'm already working for somebody else, like more than full time. And this is my restaurant. I'm going to do this. First bank looked at me like, nope. Second one, nope. Third one, yep. Let's go. Let's do this. Right? Remember when I wrote my business plan? Everybody was like, oh, you should choose a restaurant in any other community. You'll make it, but you might not make it there. And it was like, well, if I don't make it, I won't make it. I don't want a restaurant somewhere else. This is my restaurant. This is my building. It's mine. But years of people telling me, you should do this. You could do this. You know what I mean? And no, never. So often the thing that is actually our soul path, not forever, but that was a snippet of like 4 years, a month, and 6 days of my life. That was mine. The thing I had said never turned out to be the thing that I needed the most, wanted the most, and made happen for the timeline that I did. So that's just one example from a life path. You know what I mean? But that's the way that it works. Relationships offer us the opportunity to deepen our love and trust and to experience personal transformation. Because wanting to make a relationship work can be the key to releasing your beliefs about how the other person ought to act and how very right you are at all times. Selenite Spirit calls you to bring your light and shine it on your truth. Boom, I named the stream. The truth will set you free. Shine a light on your truth. Be more flexible so that even when obstacles seem to be blocking you from love, you recognize your ability to become fluid and you move around them. The conscious universe wants you to have the relationship you desire. You are called to raise your vibration and to put energy into what you do want instead of what you don't want. Look at the other person from another angle. Try to understand their point of view. This movement can shift everything and help them see you differently too. The magic of love is that it can take many forms, all of which can help us heal old patterns that keep us stuck and unable to move into our purpose. We often think of wealth too literally as having money or owning property or stuff, instead of acknowledging its spiritual nature. The earth has boundless riches, for it reflects the universe's endless love for us. And our task is to bring light and stay centered to our higher power and recognize prosperity in its many forms. Selenite calls you to be less rigid in your thinking about what it means to be wealthy and prosperous, so that from the realm of the air, where ideas originate, you can signal to the universe that you are ready to manifest the material resources you need to do your healing work and find your purpose. What you require might be different from what you think. So be flexible and open to new ideas about how you can prosper and what will serve you best. Meditating with selenite brings purity to our thoughts by clearing contaminants or clutter caused by beliefs, our own or those of others. Selenite clears our energy as well as the energy of other crystals and never needs cleansing itself. This is an optimal stone to have in a healing room, as it can assist in the space in keeping the space free of unwanted or detrimental energies. It also protects against EMF, electromagnetic fields, exposure from computers. Hi, Cat's Eyes. How's it going, sweetie? Just gonna catch up with the chat, guys. 428, Fire Drake 009. Chaotic times lately. Lots of challenges and lessons. Remembering to listen to the knowingness, no matter what seemingly out there is happening. Yeah, and so much easier said than done, eh, Fire Drake? But yeah. That way. Oh my gosh. Yep. Most people's listening skills are under a minute. Yep. I would say that somebody who can listen for a whole minute is actually pretty attentive. You know what I mean? On some level. Because most people listen to respond. Right? So they're not actually listening because everything coming out of somebody's mouth is planning what they're going to say next. Right? Planning what they're going to say next. And here's the difference between, there's a difference between, you can be listening and witnessing and know you got to stop it there in order to like shock a flow, turn a flow around, right? There is those instances of stuff, right? But yeah, listening skills under a minute. Yeah. I find too that way that especially now, my listening skills are so on par. But, you know, there's going to be a but. But when someone's just like rah, 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 talking and they don't even really mean what they say, they think they mean it because they're saying it from their mind, they're saying it from their programs, they're saying it from what they've been ingrained. It's not real. It's like Charlie Brown adult speak, rah, 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 rah. Right? So that's where our discernment is so smart. It's kicked in and it makes it that you want to listen to somebody, but you know they're full of shit. They're not telling their higher heart truth. They're regurgitating everything. You know, same old, same old, same old. And that's, you know, and I do this myself, right? I say they, we. I do this myself too, right? But yeah. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference between when you just know there's no authenticity. It's all just fear-based programs and patterns and loops. And that's why what I do, like here or in the background or anything, blessed be those who are really coming into their embodiment and trying to be themselves, trying to be vulnerable, right? It's beautiful, it's magical, it's sacred, it's so beyond anything, right? It's huge. Fire Drake, I literally just commented on someone's video that one of the greatest lessons we will ever learn is to learn to listen to the inner knowingness and guidance, that middle path, the center of the heart. Yeah. 3:44, 14:44, 16:44 Eastern Time. Nice. Thank you, Fire Drake, for calling that. 444. 944 for you, Joe. Awesome. Yeah, learn to listen. And we spoke of this yesterday. I say we because I'm the one that says it out loud, but it generated from the comments. But of how learn your discernment. If you're speaking to people and they keep telling you what they've lived, but you're trying to get witness, you're trying to be vulnerable, you're trying to be authentic, stop talking. Ask to be guided to someone else, because someone comparing, if you need witness and you need to get something off your chest and somebody just keeps on saying, well, I lived that too, or I have that too, or when I was a kid that happened, or it's like, okay, you go work on your fucking inner wounds. Okay, you go work on your stuff, right? And I'm just gonna find somewhere else or figure it out myself, because what's happening now is that a lot of people are trying to be vulnerable with their families. They're trying to be to become authentic with their partner because they're working on union, but it takes two to work on, to have a frequency of both people working on it. So if you're telling a story of what's happening in your timelines right now, or what is making it that you don't feel good, feel safe, feel whatever, and somebody keeps shooting at you whatever it's the biggest indicator of, like, back away, because they haven't healed that. I'll give you a perfect example, and this is hard to say out loud, so please, I don't mean to trigger, but at the same time, we are here to trigger each other if we haven't faced certain things. But when you reach a certain embodiment, no matter what happened to you in your life path, you're able to talk about it as if it was to someone else. But when you're still in the trauma, PTSD type of fight or flight, coming and going feeling, it's not the same. So there comes a moment where even if you were violently hurt as a child or as an adult or last month or last week or yesterday, that you're able to talk about it almost as if it's a movie that you're watching from somebody else. Right? But when you're in that trauma still feeling, and you need witness and you need support, emotional, you need to feel unconditional love and heard, and then someone else just keeps bringing up stuff on a certain level, it's like they didn't heal that. Because if somebody needs witness to something that's like violent, or a body, like if you didn't consent and something happened to you and you're trying to surpass that, some people don't even know or don't remember that they were molested as children, and it's just starting to surface now. Right? There are many people, this is like a phenomenon of people who buried that so deep that they didn't spend the last 30 years thinking about it. It's just came out now inside of them. Whether they were, you know what I mean, like in meditation, whether they had a reading from somebody, whether they saw a movie and had the flashback. So when you need witness for that, you need witness. You need somebody to listen. It's not time to like start, comparing stories, right? That's important. It really is. And that's the difference between when you're healed, you're ready to witness so many things that others don't even want to put into you, because they don't want you to be scared for them. They don't want you to have the feelings. But when you've surpassed and you've accepted, forgiven, lived all the steps of it, you're able to witness other people's pain, trauma, feelings, without becoming a part of it, without wanting to. And sometimes the witness, and I say that, and I love how, like, when you're middle road, you're always contradicting yourself, right? Because there does come the time, if somebody comes to you and tells you what happened, where it's like the reason they came to you is because that exact thing happened to you. Like, the mirror of it is so strong that you telling your story is what empowers somebody to realize how they can get through it, how they can survive, right? So there's the two different types of One is like basically a gaslighting, like, oh, it doesn't really matter if you're living this right now because I lived that forever, like in my life. Like I already lived that. So what does it matter if you live that? Like that's not witness, and that is detrimental to both, right? Because you got one person in denial of like healing that, then you got the other person who was thinking that this was going to be the person who actually listens to me, right? But I don't know. That'll just float and take what resonates and leave the rest. Joe, I'm making a hot chocolate to put brandy in it. Right on. Love you guys. It's 1:44 for you that way.
Mom,
Yes, honey.
how do you spell tied? Like two people are tied?
Tied. Fire Drake 009. I just had a 4-hour long walk with a male friend last night. He's getting ready to move away, so this was all perfect timing. And the transmissions that needed did. And it was powerful and needed to happen. Talked about a lot of the stuff you're mentioning. Yeah. It's that thing too, Fire Drake, when a soul contract is a soul contract, and in order for that person to be able to do what they need to do in that reality that they're stepping into, they needed that key from you, the walk, the talk, the exchange of energy. I feel that all the time, like that feeling of like hitting the mark of a soul contract. That it can be as small as, you know, a small random conversation of somebody in passing, but that person needed that at the time in order to, right? Yes, that way the truth will set you free indeed. Yes, that way we have to let the children grow up in their magnificence. Hi, Organic Intelligence 313. How's it going? Do I know the Judith Kusal that Paul speaks about? Yes, because her words, articles, they come up for me in another timeline. So long ago, I would say it might up to maybe 6 years. I have I'm gonna go find it. I have a lady named Dawn who gathers writings and transmissions the way that Paul does, but she doesn't read them out loud. She sends them out at midnight Eastern time, so I don't know what time it is for her. She sends them out at midnight Eastern time to those of us who are on her list. And I've been on her list for at least 6 years. Era of Light, she is called. Her that she sends the messages through. So she is Era of Light, and the posts come to me. So for many years, I've had Judith Kusel's name in my reality before I heard Paul read her transmissions out loud. And it's a whole other level, eh? Like receiving an email and reading it, or hearing Paul speak of it. And sometimes I don't want the voice, right? Sometimes I want the email so I can see the trigger words myself written, and sometimes I want the voice. But yeah, I don't have like a channel of her or a link to Judith Kusel per se, but that's how she comes to me. So she comes to me in double form, through Paul's voice transmissions or through Era of Light in my emails. Love you, Heidi. Hyper focused. Yes, Heidi. Yes, there's a phenomenon of transitions that are happening right now and that will continue. And by transitioning, I mean the death of the bodies passing, and not. So we've spoken of this for a long time. We've heard it written. We've heard it said out loud how this timeline in our collective consciousness, there's only two choices: love or fear. You stay or you go. You're choosing love, you're staying. You're choosing fear. And when I say fear, it doesn't necessarily mean that somebody is afraid. Sometimes it's that their purpose, what they were here for, they love their life, but they lived everything they needed to live in this incarnation, and they're going to they are and they have and they are going to transition. So, and that's why we have so many mass global events happening at the same time, because people are must transition en masse in a certain way. So that's why, from a highest perspective, yes, we have compassion and empathy for all these things that happen. But when you are like right up here with the star's eye view, you're actually proud that these things are happening because people chose to be in those places and exit in that way. Because as humans, it doesn't matter what a soul chooses, we are always angry at how people choose to pass. So there's no easy way for somebody to transition right now. Because if it's an accident and it happens like this and people didn't have time, people are mad, they want to they grieve, they're angry, right? If it's a sickness that takes a long time, then some people like 2 years, 10 years of a timeline of having the energy sucked, right? Because when somebody's sick, when you go see them or if you live with them, you're constantly just giving energy. It's like this, right? You're always giving it. It's leaking from you. You don't even mean to. But you know what I mean? So, and that's why with the highest perspective, we respect a soul's journey to choose, but like in the ultimate, heaven on earth, people already you know what I mean? Like, just there is not this feeling anymore when we get to the other spot. You know what I mean? Like, because a body is a body and a soul is eternal. So it's like, especially right now, someone who's living that has had in the last 2 weeks the announcement of, however, whether it be 1, 2, 3, transitioning, harnessing that power, right? Harness it, because your telepathy is like wide open. There's no ego left. There's no anything left between you. The connection is solid. It's like right there, solid, right? And the example I'm going to have is when Milky passed. Milky Way transition, Brian, the day that he did, all day long, our connection was so strong that at one point, I ain't gonna lie, guys, I was mad, right? Me did not know he was already on the other side. I didn't know. I had never lived it so strongly before. So at one point I was mad because I was like, what the fuck? Like, you're in my head all the time, but we've never emailed, we've never exchanged energy. Like, why are you in my head so much? Like, what the fuck, Brian? Like, what's going on? Like, I was mad. I didn't understand. I didn't know, because in my life path, I don't have many people that I've had the exchange solid with. It was Milky who taught it all to me, right? It was Milky, because he was with me all day and just like, and I was like, what is this? Like, you know what I mean? And then I went on Instagram and Danny Skylark had the announcement up and I was like, no, this can't be real. Like, right? And then I went directly to his channel, to his last vid, and there it is, the comments and people, condolences to Milky's mom, to all these things. And I was like, like my whole body was like, what the fuck? Like, and then I was like, you're here. Like, you're with me. And he was like, yeah. And he's laughing. He was laughing. Because he's like, yeah, I am. And I'm not ever going to leave unless you don't call me or unless you tell me to fuck off. I'm with you always. Just like I'm going to be with everybody else of the Milky tribe. The Milky tribe that already existed, and the Milky tribe that keeps coming on board week after week, month after month, for the last 1.5 years. I was just like, oh my gosh, I can't let other people learn about it that way. I can't let other people like wait to see a vid pop up tomorrow. I can't. And I went in hot and I started a stream. And I still remember when Saturnian's son came in, he came in and he was so happy and hey, blah, 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 whatever he was saying. And I was like, are you sitting down? I have to tell you something. And because of how I talk, he wasn't even ready for what I was going to say out loud because, he thought I was going to say a joke or say something. Like I knocked the wind out of him because of the way I said it. I can, like the stream is still up there somewhere in my stuff. I never deleted it, right? And he was like, you told me to sit down, but I didn't, like, this is not possible. And it's like, yeah, the confirmations are there and it's real. Like, this is real. Like, he's here with us now, But it's Milky who taught me. It's Milky who taught me as well that, the connection is just, it's 144. There's only us that can doubt it, right? Because they that have transitioned are speaking clearly to us. It's only us that can numb it out with the grief, with the fear, with the anger, right? Once you process all those emotions, then it's just a pure connection, right? And it's like that thing of the soul spark of Milky is going to come through either or already has. Mina does not know. Within a walk-in. Milky could be within somebody right now, has walked in, or as a baby, or as somebody's pet, right? Mina knows, and it's not for me to say, even if I did. But the mass transitioning as well, Heidi, coincides with the baby wave that is coming. And I spoke of this yesterday, right? I spoke of the baby wave yesterday. So the mass transitions are happening so that more and more and more golden children are coming through. People are going to have twins. Babies are not going to be born apart. So many twins are coming. So many twins are coming. They're going to be born together. They're not going to be born apart, 3 years apart, or, a cousin here and a cousin there. They're going to be born together so that they have that bond in the crib. And those things that are magic can help the parents, right? I see you down there, Ray. Yes, Heidi, many babies are coming, honey. Many babies, animals as well, guys. And this is hard, right? Animals are family. It doesn't matter what the label of the animal is. Our animals are our family as well. And so many people's animals have, in the last years, transitioned. Massive waves for the animals as well. And, in order to come back. So someone's animal, your dog, for example, that's your absolute best friend, that's the one thing keeping you here sometimes is your dog, is going to transition so that they can come back either as a baby within your dynamic, your family, or as a walk-in, because walk-ins are real and a lot of souls don't want to be here, but they have fully functioning bodies. So instead of the soul choosing, I'm going to sacrifice this body, right? I'm going to sacrifice this body and not be on this planet. The embodiment of another soul will come in. The exchange is fully consensual. This is not, this is not possession. This is fully consensual of a soul who's done. But instead of transitioning, someone else will come through and be. And, so someone in your family, in your friends, on YouTube, who you don't even get along with right now, all of a sudden is going to be like, really fucking, hey, going to be like, are you going to judge the body, or are you going to allow for your soul, heart to listen, to become, right? So often it'll be the person you're most disgusted with. You couldn't handle them in your real life. That one cousin that's in your family that you can't stand is that soul that's going to be have the walk in, and then that soul is like that fractal of the person that, you know what I mean? This is so much bigger than just, matrix programs of what we believe of life and death and eternity and all these things, guys. So when they say don't judge a book by its cover, don't judge someone by who they were 2 days ago, 2 months ago, or 2 years ago in your life, because you could actually be blocking right now what you're asking for. So it could be your divine union. It could be that sacred partner that's going to help you develop the business, the purpose that you need, but you don't want to let somebody into your life. Can you turn that down a bit, honey? You don't want to let them into your life because of what they did to you in the past, but it's not even that embodiment of a soul in there anymore. And you know the difference between how it's going to make you feel, right? Because it's so multi-layered, guys. It is. Yeah, every part of my soul knew it was a great exit. Loves you guys. Thanks for allowing me to pull this through. This is the hard stuff that's hard to say out loud sometimes, because as much as people think that like I'm woke, I've done a lot of research and I know a lot, these are the things that are shocking. These are the things that bring up fear sometimes, right? Brian, and before Brian was Runk, Jerry, those guys welcome me with open arms and sky videos with music. Right on, organic. Yes, that way. Nice one. To all of those that aren't here, that have been here, we love you. Yeah. Brave Thoth, 24. Cool vid yesterday, dude. Gotta say, very grateful for open water. Almost pissed my pants when I heard the train. Then the train had the geese, and then you were saying my name. It was like this. Whoa! I cried. Didn't pee, but I cried. Yeah, I started crying. I heard the train, and I was like, if the comments all showed up, I was like, train! And then it was like, oh my God, geese! And then, oh my God, my name, the train, and the geese. I don't know.
We do not have the geese here at all.
Yeah.
It's winter.
Thanks for sharing, Heidi, Organic Intelligence. My middle school boyfriend and two of my best friends growing up have exited in 2021. I'm 51. They were younger. Yeah. The age, yeah. A lot of young souls are going to pass through, young bodies, not souls, are going to pass because of what's going on with the jibby-jabbies and certain things, right? So a lot of sports people have already passed away or are very not the same person because of the jibby-jab. So, right? Somebody has to teach people that this is not good. And so there's a lot of people that's what their soul agreed to, that's what their purpose is to be the numbers. People need the numbers to rack up. They didn't want to listen. They didn't want to educate themselves. They didn't want to make a sovereign choice. Do you know that most people that actually I don't know one person who got the shot because they believe that it's actually going to help them. They're all doing it because I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to go to the gym. I want to be able to go to the restaurant. I want life to get back to normal. So guess what? Because you wanted to have your luxuries and the things that you consider your normal life, other people or yourself are going to be the numbers that are going to get racked up. Because everybody's had the chance since day one of this to bring in a collective timeline. And people are rather be hypocrites, right? They'd rather be hypocrites. They would rather just get the shot. Some people are up to the third, maybe even the fourth right now. I don't know, right? Because we're up to 4 here in Canada. So some people are up to the third, They never got a flu shot. They didn't believe in that. And now they're up to their third thing so that they can eventually travel, so that they can have their rights, so that they can live a normal life. So who's going to be the ones to show, right? Who's going to be the ones to show? Follow the children, they lead the way. And I predicted this 2 years ago, that if collectively people didn't make choices, the children will show the way. There's a man in Canada right now. They're looking for him because he's hiding his 7-year-old daughter. He's doing everything he can, just like in the old days of Germany, hiding his daughter and himself to save her life, because he knows what his purpose is. But he's considered a criminal right now. People are looking for him, right? He's considered not helping his daughter, but he's the one that he's the only one that's actually doing something. In America, there's actually reports of people who sent their children to school and they came home with the jibby jab. You didn't want to take certain choices. You didn't take your kids out of school. You didn't make certain things. Well, now that stuff's in your kid. What are you going to do? What are these people going to do? Are they going to just sit there and like, oh, it's fine, right? I sent my kid to school with a lunchbox full of, Pop-Tarts and chicken burger, like freaking whatever, and they came home with a vaccine. What are you going to do about that? You going to wait till you get a second one? Like, seriously. Like, people are being pushed to the brink of stuff, and what pushes people to the brink is grief and anger, right? Sad but true. Cowboy Conscious Community, how's it going? KCC. Ray of Thought. I can't stay long. I just got a new kitty today. Another kitty? Right on. We just got a new kitty today named Stellar. Wanted to pop. Yeah, I know. I just wanted to pop in and say I love you all. If you're still here, Ray, what color is the kitty? I would wonder. Yeah, Heidi, many babies are coming. Ray, animals truly, they are divinely orchestrated into our lives. Yes. When we found Bo, I had found a cat that was male and
Two cats. Wait.
I can't remember. It was two, but we were choosing.
Unfixed.
We were gonna take both of them.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Anyways, we were gonna take male cats that weren't fixed, and I couldn't afford to fix them, but it was like, whoa, 2 free cats, not okay, we'll deal with it later. And everything was like, you can't deal with it later, right? You can't afford
Beautiful baby.
can't afford to get him fixed. And then when he starts pissing everywhere, like, you're fucked, because that smell doesn't go away and it's carpet. And so I was realizing, like, that, you know what I mean? Like, don't get yourself into a mess. This is not meant for you, right? Somebody who has the abundance to do that, that's fine. But we don't, right? And so I was like, yeah. And then I went on the same site on Kijiji, and I put free cat, and I forget the timeline. I think it was 2 hours before the lady had posted Bo, his picture, and the storyline behind it was like, my mother is moving to a nursing home and we are looking for the perfect fit for this cat. We're giving him away for free. She does not want any money, but she insists it must be the perfect family. And so I got into contact with her, and like, boom, right away, the name, the accent was French Canadian, the bow, just everything was just like, right? Like, it was such a flow. And so, and he's not unclawed, which is fine, because I wouldn't, if I would have a cat that already is of that, that's okay, they are ready, but otherwise I wouldn't have done that, right? But he was spayed or neutered, whatever the masculine word is for a cat. So I didn't have to think about like that. when they have heat, and then when they spray, or whatever the cat terms are. And then I called the other lady back. I was like, listen, I really love your little dudes, but it's carpet everywhere in our home, and I cannot see the timeline of I can only see a timeline that ultimately I'm going to regret what I've done. And I know you're going to find a good home for them with someone who either is like of a farm-esque background, right? That roam free, buddy, or somebody who will have the abundance to be able to do what they need for those cats. And she was just like, wow, thanks for calling me back and telling me, instead of just like leaving me hanging. Because what had happened is that the day I'd found those cats, I was ready to go get them right away. But she had said, like, I need to say goodbye, and I have some things, I'm not ready to let them go. Like, it wasn't set in stone. Whereas the other lady, it was like, we called, we went the same day, didn't we? 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Yeah, at 2 o'clock we were to be at her house.
Yeah, and then it was like a 30-minute or an hour drive.
Almost an hour, 45 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So you know what I mean? There
He
was
doesn't like being in the car, so that was kind of like bad for the way back.
Yeah.
He would meowed a lot. I felt so bad, honestly.
Yeah. But the other one, like, the lady wasn't ready to let him go that day, whereas the one lady who she was ready to let him go, she just needed to know it was going to be good and pure and safe for her cat. And just, yeah, like, when it's meant to happen, it happens fast, right? Yeah, Heidi. I hope it's okay I call you Heidi during the streams. Organic. Yeah, my dogs are next to me. Yes, clearing thoughts. Yeah, I had sent it to Kelly and to Organic. In Spain, they have made it that pets are a member of the family, to be respected and honored the same way. So they have rights. So they can't be, they can't be abandoned, and they can't be treated in certain ways. They become a family member, which will help, because cat care and dog care, if they need surgeries or overnight stays or certain, grooming or certain things, veterinary care, it can be part of insurance. So it's the same revolutionary thing as when finally same-sex couples had the right to be on each other's insurance and benefits, that they were, legally recognized as true unions, right? People fought for that, guys? It didn't just come in stone. Well, it's the same thing is happening for animals. So Spain, I don't know if there's other countries. This is just what came up for me last week. Spain has that, and it will come into fruition everywhere across the world eventually, because that's what we're bringing forth as a collective, right? Equality, harmony between, and balance between humans and animals. Right, blessings to each and every one of you here an hour later of divine favor, unconditional, infinite love, peace and love, friends, tribe. Loves you, dude. Thanks for being here, Joe. I'm gonna go now. Oh, sorry, Heidi. They were the same age. Apologies. I saw the word younger, and I just. Yes, I worded it weird. They were young. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I thought it younger. I don't know why. I'm young, 51. Yes, that is what 51 is. It's a program to think 51 is over the hill and old. That's a program. And we're here to bust that program, Heidi. I'm still young, 51, same ages, exactly. That way, yeah, me too. Organic says, not all cats spray. Indeed. But because I had the fear that they would, Heidi, I would have brought it into my timelines, right? You know what I'm saying, girl? I had the fear that it would come into my timeline so that it would have manifested. Yeah, my dog's not neutered and he's good about not marking. Right on. The wall looks purple behind me. Wall looks purple. There's a purple thingamajiggy veil or something behind me.
Yeah.
I just kind of put it up like that. I put all the have a lot of artwork, whether it's our stuff or just gifted things or stuff like that. I'm not sure where to put holes yet. I know I've been here for, you know, I'm going on a month soon. We're the 22nd, so
we moved in the 24th.
23rd is the night we slept here. So tomorrow will make a month. I know I've been here for a month, but I just have not been able to choose where I want certain things. I actually got rid of a few things that I didn't want in my possession anymore. A couple of things, and I put them right on top of the garbage last week. So I don't know if a neighbor or if somebody decided to keep them or if they got thrown in the dump, but I was done. I was going to keep them and paint over them, but I was like, no, I don't even want this, and I don't want this anywhere. And so I put them so that they were visible from the street. So I hope, you know what I mean? I didn't sit there and watch outside. I hope somebody drove by and was like, whoa, that's really cool. Boom, grab it, right? I don't want to talk about it right now. I'll talk about it with you after. I didn't, you know what I mean? I don't want to say it out loud here. Right on. That makes half the wall purple. Oh, Jansu, I've been thinking about you so much. I hope you're feeling my energy, girl. I hope you're feeling it. If you're feeling just half of what I'm sending you, then you know I am. How's everything, sweetie? Just checking in. Thank you. Thank you. It's been the, I want to say the strangest month of my life, but is that exaggerating? I don't even know anymore, right? But I think I'm only starting to gain true self in the last 72 hours, Jen. No joke. I don't even have the words for it. And I showed your selenite, I don't know, I can't remember how long ago, right? And I showed your fairy house in the last hour or two. Jansu, I've been feeling a bit better. However, I just found out Adam and I are both positive for the C. Well, that's good because it's both at the same time. Rest up, buttercups. Rest up. So being positive for the C doesn't necessarily mean, what does it mean for you guys right now? Are you feeling like very ill? Are you feeling any symptoms at all? Or just that positive is there, right? How is it going for you? And Adam, obviously. Boom. I don't know how much you noticed I've been... Ever since I started talking about Milky Way, I grabbed the Milky Way Soul Tribe deck. Okay? I'm going to take a break after I've shown the card. So I've been shuffling the cards for I don't know how long. I don't know how long I've been shuffling. And this is the card that came up. So I spoke specifically of Brian's transition and how I lived it, how it felt for me that day and after and even now, how he's with me, how he's with us, right? I say me because I know he is. I harness him. I ask him. Some days I forget and I'm like, Brian, like, right, come. So I'm not the only one, right? I'm not the only one. Brian Barnett, wild card, all powerful. So say we all. Love lives on, always, forever. Right? Like, this is such flow to everything I've been saying, that this card would come up, guys, because, you know, it's a full deck of cards. There's only one wild card in there. And I've been talking about how, right? Damn. Jen. Yeah, we've both been really sick and weak. Well, thank you for coming in today. If you so consent, and if Adam does, we are sending you mega energy, honey. I was sending it towards what the last conversation we had, and now it's amped up for something else, right? For the more. Ask and you shall receive. Are you able to be hydrated, to drink water? Love you. Emoji King, we're galactic gangsters. Yeah, it is awesomeness. Love you. Love you, Jen. Adam, too. Yeah. And one of the reasons, too, like I shuffle and I shuffle as I'm talking, and you know what I mean, is for the energy of what's meant to come up. But I shuffle and I keep going and I keep going in a way that it you know what I mean? Somebody who's actually watching, hearing the cards, like, you know, I can't just pick a random card just to shock you all. That it's exactly what I was talking about. I'm in a flow, I'm shuffling cards, and then when you know what I mean? Yeah, you're able to keep the water down. Good. Good. Because that's the one thing that the keeping hydrated. Thanks for being here, Jen. Loves you guys. Emoji King says, hitting that purple granddaddy perps. Right on. I'm so not. And I say this as I'm going to go take a break and have a couple puffs of a cigarette, but I'm not smoking a lot at all. Cigarettes, like, honestly, it's like a bare minimum of what I need and what I'm craving. It's still, and what the dragon energy, the buffer, the harnessing of the smoke, and joints are few and far between. They really are. I'm finding that, you know, we had talked about this last month, Heidi, a little bit, I think, of like, it's not, smoking the pot right now is not beneficial. Like, it's toning the vibe, right? Talked about this earlier with the doors. We are stoned immaculate. It's like it's taken away the euphoric, blissy, sleepy feeling. Like, it's right. That being said, one thing I did notice is by Matthew sending me, Matrix Man sending me, you know, what he was legally allowed to send through the postal system, by him sending me and me having, not ever having to think about it, like having an amount that I don't ever have to think about it. Like, at first I kind of like, I'm not gonna lie, I was like kind of like a little piglet, right? Just like in the evenings, I don't do the wake and bake anymore, really. It's rare. I can't remember last time I wake and bake, but but it's like now that I don't even have to think, because I have, you know, it's a lot for me. Like, to somebody else it might not look like a lot, but for me it's a lot. And because I have it and I know it's there, and because it's like just the patterns of what I need are not the same right now. It's nice. It's a cool feeling. I'll be right back. Free, yeah, Emoji King. You too, organic? Yes, G, smoking less and less. Yes, Emoji King, the cigarettes do serve a purpose. It's so multi-layered. A part of the purpose is to be the skunk and to eliminate right away certain people from your timeline. Certain people are so disgusted with you that they're going to avoid you just because you smoke. So right there, it's like, boom, let's just take away a faction of people who can't handle that part, right? Because if you love somebody unconditionally, what they do is their business, not yours. And they serve a purpose for buffering the energies and for harnessing the energies, the dragon energies specifically. That way, exactly what I said. So the cigarettes for you, you say, cigarettes ground nervous energy. Exactly. So that anxiety of feeling stuff from the collective and the people that are around, and the thoughts that are like in the air, because thoughts are things, they are in the air everywhere, right? So those of us who are highly telepathic, we hear people's thoughts at all times, and so smoking is a way to buffer those thoughts. Doesn't mean it's completely gone, but it's not as loud. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So but yeah, right away. I lost people just because I smoked on screen when I was in that house next door, because I never smoked inside, right? I hadn't smoked inside in so many years that it was weird to do it. But I was so anxious going outside and having people look at me and my reality and what it was doing to me to be outside. I needed to heal my stress from the stuff I lived, what I heard and what I felt from outside, that I brought it in for a certain timeline, right? The last whatever month or so, I don't know how long, in my live streams. But that made it that certain people who were ready to like be on board and like support me and help me and like love me forever because I'm tribe, boom, gone. Won't even answer an email or a text from me anymore because they're disgusted with me that I smoked in the house with my child. And there's a part of me that's like, my higher self is laughing right now, laughing, because it's like, if that's what it took to like eliminate somebody from my timeline that was telling me I love you no matter what and unconditionally, well, you're not unconditional, because that one little thing you judged. Right? So blessed be for, my me being guided to do that, because what would have been a different timeline, because I, you know what I mean, believed, we believed we were on a certain timeline, but I disgusted certain people by doing that. And it's like, wow, I'm all powerful, I'm so fucking wise, until I do that one thing that you got judgment about. And that being said, it's done. Going outside, doing what I gotta do, even if it's minus fucking 40, I'm going outside right now. The building that I was in already had, as above, so below, smoke everywhere, whether it be, you know what I mean? I was in with people who smoke pot, right? So it already had that. There was fans in that home, and just all of it, right? Whereas this place was freshly renovated. There's zero fans in the bathroom or over the stove, and it's winter, so we can't open the windows. And I was asked to not smoke in here, and it was like, that's the commitment I made with the owner, right? So two different places, two different commitments, different levels of stuff. But what I was asking myself, like, why am I doing this? Like, because taking the break, walking around, going to have a cigarette is, is like what I'm doing now, right? But it was to eliminate certain people that are not unconditional. They're not there yet, right? That's it. That's it. That's all. lot of people can like think you're amazing and perfect and wise and gifted, but then you do or say the one thing that's their trigger, that's the thing that disgusts them, and you know what I mean, like that whole everything they thought is just gone. So it's like good, right? If also, like for me, I needed it as healing. I needed to keep streaming and stream a lot during the timeline when I was doing that, and I was in the in between of like how accepting. It's really hard to live stream and all these energies pass through, and people who don't even like you are watching you, and you hear their thoughts, and you know what I mean? Or like when creepy people come in and like they're just focused on my fucking face, like, oh great. Great, you're focused on my face. I'm not here for my face. If I was, I would take some time to do it and I would like show it off, right? But that's not what I'm here for, right? It's like the eyes and the looking at the screen is like so another level than just being decorative for somebody to lust after or fantasize after, right? Whatever, but just saying how, you know, what is unconditional love? If somebody's doing something that's the thing, you know, and instead of just saying like I'm really like I can't believe you do that, or can't believe you do that, just not even saying anything and just completely gone. Okay. Okay. Skunk energy is wise, man. Skunk energy is super wise. I've had skunks come right to my feet, guys. Right to my feet. It's one of the most blessed, amazing, sacred experiences that I have, that I manifest in my timelines, is to have skunks come right to me. Not a lot of people would sit there and be happy a skunk was coming, eh? But me is. Loves the skunk. What book is that? It's a beautiful card, not only because of the bear energy, the white bear energy, but because it really is aligned with the title today as well. And the blue, into the blue, warrior of the heart. I got shivers everywhere because whoever needs this, grab it. It's time. You have the radiant spirit of a warrior of the light. Be impeccable in all of your actions, no matter what others believe. The Creator knows the truth. The who. You don't have to fight to be forgiven. You don't have to justify what you're doing. You don't. Those that love you will know what you're doing without even being able to put it into words. They will love you, even if you're doing the opposite of what they're doing. Right? I don't have to believe anything that you believe to love you. This isn't the time to be timid and pull back. Immense courage is filling you. Throw your shoulders back. Step forward and take a risk. Be willing to live life from your heart rather than your mind. Honor your truth. Speak up for yourself. The greatest native warriors were not the ones who wounded the most people. They were those remarkable beings who had such personal power that enemies laid down their weapons rather than fight. There are times in life to step back and even times to walk away, but there's also times to stand up for yourself and those less advantaged. Don't allow yourself to be limited by your belief system. Courage does not mean you're not afraid. Fearless means just that. Fear less. Acknowledge you're frightened. You're allowed to be scared. Take action anyway. Face your anxiety. Go beyond the boundaries of the limited perceptions of yourself. Through your example, people find and act on their own truth. You are the light bearer for others. Hi, Delaney. How's everything going, Miss Delaney Pearl Jones? Thanks for being here. Yes, that way. It's the simplest thing. Having a cigarette in front of somebody who is, you know what I mean? That's a perfect test to find out who really does love you. Yeah. Right? Like, I mean, some people are offended because you farted in front of them and they think that you need to say something or do something or feel ashamed of yourself, right? Like, that's how trigger happy people are, right? Some people are offended because of the F word, because people swear, but they will listen to people talk bad about other people all the time and talk bad about people all the time. But someone who is like of love and light saying fuck this, fuck that offends them. It's syllables set into the air. It's not hurting anybody, right? Talking about other people, being in other people business, that does hurt the greater good of the all, guys. Always. Every time. People tell me, we're talking about you because we love you and we want to help you. Then why are you talking to other people about me? Why aren't you talking to me? Well, you're not approachable. Actually, yes, I am. I'm the most approachable person ever. But not when all I hear in my head and know and come to me is that, you know, all the background. Pure heart is pure heart. You okay, baby girl? Double blues. Love it. Double blues. This card's so beautiful, guys. So perfect for today. Don't know what the words will say, but the image, the title. Wow. Triple blues, guys. Look at, this is the first card I pulled. This is the second. Different decks, different authors, right? And then this one marries with the green, but still pulls on blue. Yes, Delaney, we are in the days of hypocrisy. Exactly. Exactly. We are. We really are. I was speaking earlier that within my timelines, like I don't know anybody who's getting the jibby jabby because they actually feel safe, because that's what they need to do for themselves, and they believe in it. They need it. Everybody's reason is so that they can travel, so that they can go somewhere, so that they can live a normal life, so that things will get back to normal, so that they can blame other people instead of taking care of their own health, right? Did you know in Canada, in all of the most serious and biggest lockdowns, that alcohol was always an essential service? But buying clothes, shoes, items for our kitchen was a non-essential service. Like, think about it. Buying spring, summer clothes for Lily Rose was not possible in our locked down area for months at a time. But going to the store and buying alcohol was an essential service the whole time. The last 2 years. What the fuck do people need to wake up? If you can't buy clothes for your children or yourself, you gotta order them online, man. But you can go into a fucking store and buy alcohol for 2 years. Hypocrisy, you know? People shun people who only work in fast food restaurants. The uneducated work there, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. I know more fucking nurses and people who work in fast food industry than actual people who have zero education. Right? Fast food was an essential service throughout Canada during lockdown. FIDI 50 potential gateway. A new course or route is coming into your awareness. It is time to utilize your knowledge and complete the task at hand. As you finish one aspect of your life, begin thinking about what you want to do next. This is part of your life's journey. You are constantly shifting and developing. You might feel contentment, fulfillment, and pride because you accomplished something. There is productivity and reward as a bonus for your efforts. Good fortune, you realize, is evidence that you are putting sufficient energy into your life's journey to get out of it all that you desire. Yeah. Yep, that happens that way. It's one of the reasons when you live in certain areas that it's the same as when you live in the woods or anywhere that forest animals can come. The same advice of stepping out of your house is the same advice as walking on a trail. You don't walk in a trail in silence in bear country. You wear a bell, you sing, or you have the audio, playing, not earbuds. So it's the same advice if you step out of your door, make noise. You make sure that door, make noise, because otherwise you get what that way. I stepped up on a porch, didn't see the skunk, and you know what happened after that. Ah! Was it in your direction that way or the opposite direction? Just wondering if you got fully baptized by a skunk or just the winds of change of it. Consider yourself baptized that way. When I look up at birds, I'm always saying, go ahead, baby, shit on me, because if you do, that's the ultimate good luck. Oh, you think finding a feather is good luck when a bird shits on you, right in your forehead? Third eye? That's gotta be good luck somewhere. I wish I was joking, but I really do think that. That way is getting all shivery. He's like, oh my God, I've been baptized. I never saw it that way. Get it? Oh my God. I need a fan. That's making me hot.
I'm staring at you.
Oh my God. Creeper
I've
red.
been staring at you for a while.
Oh my gosh. Keep it up, Buttercup. You're my biggest fan. Oh, dude. In my life path, as me, an owner of, animals, I've never had skunk, but I've had porcupine. porcupine dog. Porcupine dog and porcupines, like quills and nose. And I would say that, like, of all animals to utterly respect, you know what I mean? And how painful and just how, like, you know, when you're pulling, porcupine quills are so, like, speaking of porcupine quills, I got a couple here. I have my crafting quills, but I have my found quills as well. I'm trying not to poke myself. As you can see, it does not feel good. I tried to, I have my crafting quills. I forget if they're in this drawer or that drawer or whatever. I thought I was gonna like be a crafter with porcupine quills, and I'm not quite there yet. I hurt myself more than I actually crafted anything. So beautifully. Where's the camera? That one looks like it's lit, like a little candle. I'm not gonna stream much longer, and just do a couple flashes of cards, and if anything else comes up. And that flat fellow live stream tonight at 9 o'clock. 6 months, 31 flat earthers to put together what's coming out tonight. I got shares everywhere. I even got an alarm set on my phone at 8:55 Eastern time to make sure that if I don't get the pop-up, or if I forget, that I don't forget. $31, like that's a collaboration, eh guys? Wow, I'm so proud of them. Twelve, 1 and 2 is 3, Trinity, Ellen, patterns. Have you noticed patterns in your life that lead to positive experiences? Developing positive habits introduces new patterns into the fabric of reality, and it will support your dreams as they take form in the material world. It takes awareness and discipline to make this happen, but you can do it. And it's time to allow the experience of new happiness. If you do, the Celtic goddess of paths and patterns, Ellen, will show you a way to your dreams. All manner of miracles are possible. Now is the time to build the bridges across any divides with others that temporarily separated you. Your path is clear. The way will be shown as you make new choices for your life with the goddess known as Ellen of the Ways as your guide. Yeah, that way. Fully baptized, dude. I love it. I can't help it. I'm not offended either by the smell of skunks. It doesn't You know what I mean? Like it doesn't gross me out. There's things that, like, honestly, to be really, like, just how clear I am, like, on skunks, I'd rather smell skunks in my reality than most people's perfume or body products. So I can walk into a store or a small, small enclosed setting, and I have to leave, and my whole body reacts because of products that are man made, whereas a skunk does not make my body act like that, right? So some people's choices of what they wear, how much of it, and where they choose to go with that smell actually can make me physically ill. I can't stay. Whereas a skunk does not do that to me, right? The purity of something that's real and natural versus something man-made and chemical is two levels of yuck. That way says my first reaction was to rip off all my clothes. It's probably about 20 years ago this happened. And knowing what I know now, I might just walk around with it all day. No kidding, eh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. When I have a fire, which, right, I don't have access to make a fire whenever I want. I don't wash my hair after, right? And I make sure that my hair smells like fire. And I don't wash my clothes after. And so if like, let's say I have a fire and somebody's staying, and I go to a store, like, I'm just saying on life experiences that I've had. So somebody's around the fire and I go grab something at the store, or be the one to go pick up the Chinese food, whatever the scenario. And then some people think you smell like, ooh, like, who smells like smoke? And then other people are like, who smells like smoke? Right? Some people's eyes are of like awe and wonder, and they're jealous. They want that smell. It's like, oh, it smells like home. It smells safe. It smells good. Whereas other people, offended. I told somebody a couple years ago, I basically smell like camping. All the time, right? Because I used to be able to have a fire anytime I wanted in my reality, pretty much, and have since, like, not. But and I was thinking earlier when I was outside, when I was having my first cigarette today, and the crow came to see me and just came right over me. And I was thinking, like, how I don't know how I've done it to survive this last year and a half. How do you take a girl who is used to being of the forest, on the edge of it, sometimes, still living in a town site type of setting, but so close to the forest, who has access to make a fire at all times, and then the divine plan is for me to be in a city sustained for so long. Everything that helps to empower me, I'm far away from. I've gone from living and having vultures and eagles' nests, not far from my home, and vultures over my house and eagles over me all the time, to not, right? I've gone from deer coming straight to my door and my window, whether I'm there or not, like, aware of it or not, always around me deer, just sirens. Like, you know what I mean? It's the ultimate of what the fuck, right? What the fuck? I don't even know how I've survived. Like that's how, like, this last year and a half has been for me. Of, if you take a fish out of water, are they gonna survive? No. I don't even know sometimes, like, how I've done it. Because all of the elements that are of me, myself, and I, all of me, as above, so below, I tell the deer, don't come and see me. I'm thinking of you. I love you, but don't come here. You're going to get hurt, right? There's too much traffic. It's not safe. And it happens that deer come into certain communities, like, inside, but when they do that, they're not safe. So don't come to me, guys. same with skunks. Like, I got so many neighbors that would either set a trap or figure out a way to get rid of them. Like, last year, I had the skunk come around, you know, like, there's skunks right now. Well, not right now, they're not of the winter, but you know what I mean? Like, they would come right to my deck, and I would be like, thank you, thanks for coming, oh my god, I miss you so much, I love you so much, but you can't come up the steps, and you gotta go be safe. Like, don't come to give me energy and put yourself in danger to see me, like, because, you know, don't come and get hurt and killed because I needed you. I'm okay, I'll make it, you know, but they still did. You know, they still popped in to make sure. He misses my dudes. I swear, and I know I've been saying it for a long time, but that day that I get my fucking rooster, heaven forbid if anybody's telling me you can't bring a rooster in the house or you can't bring a rooster here, you can't do that with a rooster, because it's like, guess what? Yes, I can. I fucking waited for fucking years to have my fucking rooster, and I will let him do whatever he pleases. If you don't like it, he's gonna peck your fucking balls off. You know what I mean? Do not come into my fucking timelines if you were going to tell me what to do to my fucking rooster later on. And that's all I gotta say about that. No joke. Right? Remember that way last year when I was, well, not last year, but the year before. It's been so fucking long. Last 2 years ago, year and a half ago, when I was living in Calendar Bay, somebody had a rooster in town. And people got so mad that they got rid of the rooster. And I was like, what the fuck? Right? I had finally got rooster energy close by, about a block, maybe a block and a half away, as the crow flies, and hear the echo of his, like, perfect voice. Voice, chicken, rooster, the sound of the rooster. But people complained. Pity the fool gonna complain about my rooster because you won't be around long, motherfucker, that for sure. He's cranky. He's cranked and cocked up. Get it? Cocked up, rooster. Ouch. Yeah, for me, the porcupine again. Didn't see him. Noticed later I had porcupine quills on my coat. Yeah, me does have good energy. Yeah. And one of the things too is that the ability to call on certain things, I know I have it, but I will not put something in danger because of my ability to call on certain, whether it be the elements or the animals. You know what I mean? I pulled yesterday, one of the last cards I pulled was Pan, fertility, masculine, and I'm on the edge. Living on the edge. I'm on the edge of finishing my stream, and Astera, fertilité. So at the end-ish of yesterday's live stream, Pan, masculine fertility came up, and today Astera, fertility, feminine vibe comes up. Fertile ground for new plans, new beginnings, new relationships, babies. Fertilité. Le moment est parfait pour amorcer de nouveaux projets, d'accueillir de nouvelles idées ou de faire naître de nouvelles conditions. Moment is perfect for starting new projects, welcoming in new ideas, and birthing new conditions. You know what I mean, eh, that way? Yep. It's like somebody asked me not long ago, have you seen the Northern Lights? And it's like, yeah, I saw them so much, guys, that I actually drove past them and told them, you're too bright. I want to go to sleep." Right? I know. People travel, wait their whole lives, and spend a bunch of money to go to another country to see the Northern Lights. And I, in my life path, had them so much that I would pass and need to go to sleep. I couldn't stay and appreciate it. My body was tired, right? So it was in certain timelines where I was working, long shifts, and I would finish, and then when I get to a certain part of the road, everything was accessible to me. And most times, not going to say that I passed by them a lot, but you know what I mean? Most times I would either, sit in the car, sit on top of the car, or sit right in the middle of the fucking road. Because you got a big dirt road, farmland on either side, cows like mooing and like saying, "Hey, Michelle, you're here." And it's like, "Yeah, baby, it's me here." And sitting in the middle of the road because you can see a car coming from so far that nobody would know you were sitting there. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, my life path is of the woods, of the forest, and of seeing certain things. Because even when I was little and we lived across Canada in certain, like, Calgary, Edmonton, Abbotsford, like big places, we were either so on the edge that we would have access to certain things, or my parents did stuff with us, and we always were out and about in the mountains and nature and stuff, right? I was 8 years old or 7 years old, and my biggest wish was to have a pair of white Nikes with black lines. And I got my wish, and then they hurt my feet. Oh my god, those motherfucking shoes were so hard, they hurt my feet. So I bent the back and wore them kind of as like a sandal clog. And we went to the Badlands in Alberta, and we were, hanging out looking for cacti, picking cactuses to bring back home. And I stepped on a cactus needle. I can still see myself. It's one of my most, like, I didn't bring a lot of pain into my life path, right? And I'm 7 years old, and my parents are like, "I told you not to wear the shoes that way. We're picking for cactus, Michelle. I told you. And my dad, like, sit down, I'm going to pull it out. And me, and I'm sitting there, and as I'm putting my foot, and then I'm pulling it back, because I don't want him to touch me, right? I'm pulling my foot back. And my dad just grabs my foot, and he's like, "Just 2 seconds, stop moving." Finally, so I do. I trust my dad, and he, like, yanks it out, and then boom, the pain is done. Right? So it was in me, and I was so scared he was gonna hurt me more by pulling it out. I kept pulling back. And then finally I just, like, okay, trust, right? Like, I'm 7 fucking years old. Maybe 8, but I think I'm 7. And even he pulls out the relief, right? Oh my gosh. No more pain. Like, it still throbbed because there was something there, but it didn't hurt like when it was in there.
It happened when I was running through there.
Oh.
That didn't even happen to me. That's what it did. I stopped, pulled it out. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was just like a thing stuck to my foot. I didn't feel the pain at first. Then I got to step. Oh my god, that actually hurts. What did I do?
I got a thing with, like, stepping on stuff and, like, foot, like, ugh.
Okay, so
You gonna come tell her?
So basically, there's like a little. It was back when we lived at the other place. Mom went around the house, and I went through the little thing. It was like it's a race. Who's fastest? And then I step on a thorn because it was like a thorn bush. I did not know it was a thorn bush
Until I stepped on it.
Yeah. And then I didn't feel the pain, and I just pulled it out. And I didn't feel the pain until I actually, like, went there and sat down. I felt it, but it didn't feel, like, painful. And then, I realized there was a thorn in my foot. I stepped on a thorn. Yeah, it hurt very much. I still have the scar, but I don't think you want to see that.
Yeah. And she's so tough when she hurts herself. I looked at her, I was like, I would be screaming and the whole world would be ended right now if I had stepped on that. Like, how are you, like, not crying? And, oh, ugh. And I say that, and my only thing I ever had in my life was C-sections, where half of me was, like, cut in half to have babies, but just foot stuff is like, ugh, to me. Ugh, can't even. Yeah, Vincent. I'm 57 this July 5th. Ooh, nice. Nice numbers, dude. I feel like 47, though. Exactly. That's how it's supposed to be. Al, oh my God. Dude, you know what happened to me earlier? Where are you? Where are you heading? Where is it? Oh, there it is. So earlier I was talking about, like, the day that Milky transitioned and what I was feeling and how I was hearing him, and I didn't understand what I was hearing, and just we were speaking, me was speaking a lot about, like, transitioning and how our connection is so raw and pure, right? And as I was speaking about Milky Way, I grabbed the Milky Way deck, and you know how I just shuffle for a long time and I don't look and I'm just talking and shuffling at the same time? This is the card that came up. Sometimes I still shock my own self. Well, not sometimes. I shock my own self a lot by, like, talking about something and that's exactly what comes up, right? Like, I know that's why I use the cards, but I still can shock myself. The wild card, the all-powerful card of Brian came up. I was like, whoa, I'm in such just, like, oh, so grateful. He's just everywhere, eh? Hi, Vincent. Oh my gosh, I've been thinking about you. I'm going to read your message, then I'm going to give you my message. Vincent 52. Hey, Jean, how was your day? Very good. Been all right today. Posted a couple sun vids. Sky was really blue, now clouds just rolling in. So maybe no moon tonight. Sometimes the best moon sighting is because there's clouds and then you get the separation, the glow, and the halos. Hi, Mr. Hugh. How was your day? 6:09 Eastern Time. Vincent, I was going to pull your cards before I did the stream. I even set up everything to have all my cards to be guided. And what flowed through is I'll be pulling them soon, but there's a reason that I haven't done it yet, and that it's because whatever it is in your reality that's already happening around you, or whatever that you're guided to look at or to have as information coming into your timelines, like whatever it is, has to happen first, or you have to see something first, so that when I actually pull the cards for you and send you what I'm going to send you, it's going to be like a validation of something. So I don't know what exactly that means, but what it means is something, what I'm going to pull for you is going to be a validation of things that are going through your mind right now, maybe, or just information that is already on its way, or you already have. You could already have it now, right? I don't know, because right now I'm focused on being in the stream. But when I do that card pull, it's going to be like the ultimate confirmations of certain things. So I'm not sure if that makes sense the way that I'm saying it, but you need to have something in your awareness so that when the cards that I'm going to pull for you are going to be your confirmations of what you're already asking inside yourself, or what you've already seen, or what you need the key inside that's already had the seed planted growing, in order for these cards to give you like a burst of fresh air and water, for like a and I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what's coming through. And just so that you don't know, like, I didn't forget about you. I'm not even putting it off. I was guided to come in and stream, and within the next soon timeline, it's coming, right? So if I send you the email and I haven't streamed, then right? But if I send you the email and tomorrow I stream and you come in or whatever day, like I'll let you know to make sure that you're checking your emails. Trace B especially, but other people, we have lulls. We want to send each other information. We actually do, but there is actually lulls in when the receiving happens, even if emails are supposed to send out right away. So what if I've done it, I'll confirm with you. But in general, like it's like right here, like all the cards are set up for it. Just anyways, that's it. Arkansas Al, right on. Arc, mark, arc, arc. The arc, mark, arc is coming up so much for me. That way, the cactus, riding a dirt bike, Eastern Washington. Brother was riding me around. We crashed. He got the cacti. I got the burn from the exhaust. Ouch. Where did he get the cactus, if that's okay to ask? Just wondering. I'm seeing either face first or butt. I don't know. Like, ouch. All of them is just like, oof. Right on that way. By the way, my foot is doing very well. Good to go. Good. Hey, Gunnar Silevi. Yesterday, Gunnar sending blessings and love, everyone. Love and blessings back. Yesterday, I pulled a French card. And I was reading it, and it was like, oh yeah, I've been talking for a long time, but I haven't talked in French. Like, let me reread that so it actually sounds the way it's supposed to. And I was like, oh, you guys don't even realize if I'm not pronouncing right. If Gunnar was here, though, he'd be saying, like, Genevieve, are you okay? You shouldn't take a breath before you start trying to read in French. Made me laugh and think about you. Nice, Vincent. I just learned that my number is 333. Cool. Mr. Hugh, had a nice day, Jen. Thank you. I hope you are well. Yeah, I'm doing super good. Like, really good. I've just, the energies, the things have gone and like kind of surpassed, I guess would be the word, right? I don't know. But just it's this card embodied, like, it would be a visual, a good visual of how I feel, right? That we're in this beautiful potential gateway. This would be a good card to say how I feel. Ah, Gunnar, I never thought of that. No, I would not laugh at your English accent, but y'all, French from France is in your English accents, yeah. Speaking of French and accents, I have an amazing activation video. It'll either resonate with you or it won't. You got to be ready for this kind of activation, guys. Elena Danan. I only found Elena the last week. Just like everybody else, not everything she says resonates with me, right? But this video, this activation is beyond words, magnifique, and she's got that beautiful lilt of an accent within her voice. For me, Gunnar is I've spoken. I was born in I was born in Quebec, so I spoke French from 0 to 6, and then after that is when I learned English. And really, it's because some of us just kind of master languages and pronunciation because that I don't have an accent. You know what I mean? People will ask me often though, where are you from? Because how I speak and the different patois and slangs that I will use. And if I speak French a lot, then when I'm trying to explain myself in English, I sometimes will have an accent. And one of the times that I get an accent the most is if I'm like ultimately nervous, and I'm really never nervous in my stream. But some people have noticed inside of me, like within like my speech patterns, that your accent's different today. And it's like, yeah, I'm really nervous, right? That type of thing. Or I've been speaking French on and on and on for a long time and then jumping back to English. But yeah, Gunnar, everything does not resonate, but some do, yes. Taking what resonates. Exactly. And that's what's important about being able to know what resonates with you and leaving the rest, not judging the rest, not being attached to the fact that somebody gave you messages and only a little bit of it was for you. And that's why often I'll suggest, like, I do long live streams. I don't think many people actually watch me front to back, but I do believe that if you are of your discernment, you're going to press on my live stream. You're going to be like, what the fuck? She was talking for 6 hours. I ain't got 6 hours. And you use your finger, and then you get guided to what you need that's for you, right? That's it. I do that with videos all the time. I don't watch a lot of content, and what I do watch is only what resonates with me. I don't sit there and listen to half an hour of somebody talking. I'll just listen, I'll use my finger, trust my instinct, and I go to where I need. And inside of me, I ask, is there more? Should I go back? Should I front? And I get told, no, that's it, right? So sometimes you can read an entire book and only one line affected your life. You can read like a series, you can watch a whole movie, and the one thing you needed was, the first scene, the last scene, or the middle scene. It's not about the whole, right? Our foot baths at Trina's on Thursday was gross, but it feels great. Right on, Al. Vincent 52. Okay, I think I got subbed to everybody in the room here. Right on. That way. There's cactus everywhere in Eastern Washington. We live 2 blocks from the boat races. I was around 9. Cool. Back in the day when I moved to Quebec and Ville Marie, there used to be like I forget if it was international, but a regatta. Those kind of different like boats that kind of hover. I don't remember the details, but we had that in my community before. You're in Little Rock, 68 miles to go. Right on. Thanks, Al. How's it going, Alpha Self? Yes, Gunnar, things do happen for a reason and divine guidance now more than ever. I believe that. I really do. The following the divine guidance, like, you should feel full and shivery and motivated and inspired with what you listen to. It's enough. You don't need to go and listen to a bunch of crap to distract yourself. You're only, bypassing what you're supposed to be really watching on some level or listening to, right? Less is more. Less is more. Hey, Trace B, back for a minute. Me was wondering what you cooked, sweetie. What was you making, Trace B? Just wondering. Sometimes you guys give me like the ultimate ideas. Okay. I say less is more, and I'm guided to do long live streams right now, but I might go back to not live streaming, just doing vids, not being on YouTube, or doing just baby live streams, or being on panels, or having a whole other channel at some point, right? This is what's guided of me now, because I do believe that a part of people has to trust their discernment of, are you meant to be here? Does it feel good? Just because I felt good to you last week, do I feel good to you now, right? Is what I'm saying resonating with you or not? So 2 cards fell out, both in a row, like 43 and 44, which is weird because they're so stirred that they're never in order, but there's a reason. 43, 4 and 3 is 7. Spirit of gratitude. Love the way it's like a tea-ish coffee, like a cup. The flower, the pink energy. Whoop, whoop. I match more with this card? Spirit of gratitude. I'm not going to read from the book of that because, you know, some things are just self-explanatory. All right, gratitude. Again, that way. Thank you so much for your, you know, wake up and think of 5 things you're grateful for. Don't give your mind the time to think about 5 other things. Think of the things you're grateful for. You know, like, you're part of the reason why I got like my chirpy little like wee on right now, because I'm waking up, things are wanting to come in, and it's like, no bitches, me is so grateful for my blanket, me is so grateful Lily gave me a second pillow yesterday, me is so grateful for this, me is so grateful for that, and just shutting all that shit down, man. Right? For real. Sending love as my flows through. Off to go to people. Share love. Light to all. Adventure time. Getting hungry, honey? Yeah, me too. I'm going to be done in a second. Well, maybe not a second, but it'll take me like little.
1.
Yeah, I'm going to be done sooner than later, and it won't take me long to do what I need to do to get us fed. Thank you, Al. You're a gifted angel to us, Genevieve. We love you. Thank you, sweetie. Merci. Thank you. Hi, Mary Wins. Mary, look what I pulled earlier as I was talking about Brian. I was holding the Milky Way deck and talking about certain things, and you know how sometimes I just sit there and stir and stir and stir the cards and just go, and then this is the card that came up. I still am getting shivers. It's like I just want to kind of keep bringing it up. Right? It feels like the energy of today. Like today is like that 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. The wild card, all powerful. We are the wild cards, and we are all powerful. Right? Stepping in to these gateways, these potential gateways. Why? Because it's a fertile time. Yesterday I pulled the masculine Pan fertility, and today I pulled the feminine Ostara fertility. Ellen of Ways, Celtic goddess, saying, look at your patterns. Are they serving you? Right? It's okay to change. It's not okay. You must change some things in order to close certain doors and bring other things into fruition. The warrior of the heart. Not only bear energy, but the white bear, white buffalo, and selenite. I had just pulled a 43, Spirit of Gratitude. And I think this might be my last card unless I get really guided, because I am hungry and so is Lily. And it'll give me, it's 6:31, it'll give me a few hours until I go watch that Flat Fellow. Tonight is the live stream of, they've been working for 6 months, 31 flat earthers to put out a video, to put out what's going to come out today. So I'm really pumped about that. Yeah. I'm going to see if I can find it. Tommy had shared it earlier, but... oh, yes, I'll be able to... There's 4 people in there right now. I'm just commenting, put a little bit of energy in there. I'm really excited about this. It's 31 people collaborating for one project. Just it's everything that Tribe needs to become. The validation that some people are doing this is like the ultimate, I'm next with these collaborations and these things, you know what I mean? Like, it's just so big to me. So that is the link to that Flat Fellow, the live stream tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. What book is that? Yeah, and I think Divine Matrix, again, unless something guides me to pull something different, something more to end the stream with, I think it's a beautiful card to end the stream with. But I won't go against guidance if there's another one that needs to come out. 44, Divine Matrix, the realm of spirit, the knowledge that we are all divine beings, part of a tapestry, weaving our dreams into the fabric of reality. Synchronicity, learning to trust the way that things unfold. Do you ever wonder how synchronicities come together? These meaningful coincidences move life forward in ways we might not understand at the time. We get trapped in the idea that the world is a place of separate parts with space between, because the true quantum spiritual nature of reality can be very confusing. Imagine that everything possible under the sun is just waiting to be claimed. You're not separate from what you desire to manifest. Everything is intrinsically connected with a vast living web of life, a divine matrix. Matrix. As much as we can use that word, right, on a certain level, on another level, matrix is the mother, right? The divine matrix. There's a difference between the programmed matrix and the divine matrix. Even that which you have not yet observed as a part of your life experience is still connected to you. It just remains dormant until you choose it. And life operates on life's terms as well. You don't live in a vacuum, so you are surrounded by a multitude of realities that were brought to life by others. These can surely affect you if you allow them to, but as your thread, your luminous life force, your courageous dream is part of the tapestry of life. You're being conscious. You're being invited to be conscious of the pattern you are weaving. Boom. Where's my Ellen? Pattern. Right? Patterns. You're being invited to be conscious of the patterns that you're weaving. Isn't it amazing to know you have such inherent power just by being alive? You will see evidence of the truth of this divine matrix today because it is in you. What you do matters. What you do matters. It really does. All manner of miracles are waiting for you to lay claim to them. Are you ready? Power's out, Kelly. The wind just started to pick up here. Is it the wind, do you think, that knocked it down? That's it. The wind. Is it cold? Is it going to be an issue to be warm in your home? Just wondering, sweetie. I protect everything and all around me and Lily and our neighborhood right now because it is so cold right now that, like, truly, it would not be very safe for us to not have power right now. Number 4, I respect the properties of others. I respect the property of others. That's important, right? I respect the property of others. And I was thinking property has that's a big word, property, right? The word property has multifaceted layers of interpretation. It can be defined as a quality or trait belonging to another person, an effect that an object has on another object, or the senses, or something that is owned or possessed, or even a virtue. In viewing the notion of respecting the property of others as an ideal to embody, looking at the layers of the word can assist you in getting to the root of its spiritual context. The properties we possess, spiritually, mentally, physically, or emotionally, and the properties we own are two different sides of one coin. As an inner spirit reflects to the outer world, what manifests and what we surround ourselves with in the sensory space are a direct reflection of the invisible intrinsic force within us. By this same token, we reap what we sow. So every action, inaction, good deed, or use of poor judgment will find us in time. In embodying the ideal of respect, we are reminded of the ideal to honor virtue. In particular, its pillar of prudence. By maintaining a balanced heart and a mature mind, we're called to respect the property of others because there is no other. And as we respect the inner, outer effects of one another, its good karma reflects back to us. By practicing good judgment and exercising reason, we are reminded to see that the properties of each individual form both a metaphorical and literal perspective as a resonant song within our life symphony. Another is saying another, then another. There is no separation, save for the illusion of the material world. A respectful person is a virtuoso of virtue. As you are confident in divine providence, and by being a trustworthy friend to all, you live in alignment with honesty in all your decisions. Honesty. I'm going to catch up and then I'm just going to stop. Okay, guys, I'm going to be done. Gunnar, good card, divine. Christic values and 6 as well. Gratitude, compassion, wisdom, love, truth, freedom. Yes, Gunnar, it has been an interesting, angelic day indeed. Vincent, yes, we are all powerful. I was lucid dreaming last night. I was flying like Superman. Right on. Right on, Vincent. And ask yourself within, like, to give you the radar, right? I don't know. Some people don't check their emails often. Some people have notifications, right? But you'll know when it's, ask yourself to know when it's coming. And it won't be long. Like, it won't be super long, dude. Yes, Gunnar, everything is Canadian. I was going to say Canadian. Everything is Canadian. I don't know why. Everything is connected, assuredly through love vibrations. Power's out on Lincoln. Boom, sank, Lincoln. Huh, on Lincoln Street. Oh, it says a technical? Okay. Kelly says, literally, that's just my little block out of the state. Yeah, I had just gotten back from getting candles. Whoa. Well, me glad you listened to yourself and got some candles, honey. Holy shitballs. Kelly, if I don't have to carry girl to and from my mom's house, so let's see if they can freeze me out or not. Kelly, oh girl, you. Yeah, I was tired. I'd finally gathered my cozies to sit with my little bed rest, and poof, the lights out. I feel somewhat responsible for not having rested when I should. Yeah, the last time I brought down an entire grid of electricity and power for all around me is when I tried to watch The Matrix, and everything was saying, stop, 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 stop. And then finally, boom, power went out. Hey, SS, Saturnian Sun. I'm just about done. I put your vid in watch later, dude. I wanted it for this evening or tomorrow morning. I've been streaming for like a lot of hours now. I don't know how many. And I am pretty much done. Nice to see you, though, before. And I'm going to finish the stream by just putting this up again. And saying, for those that you weren't here, SS was talking about the day that Milky passed and how, like, certain things and how I decided to go to live stream right away and how I had, you know, you came in and I told you, like, sit down, I have to tell you something. You know what I mean? Like, I got to tell you something. And you thought I was going to say something, like, amazing. And then I announced this, which was still whatever. But yeah, right? Huh. Super sync. I was just, yeah, of course, just watching a breakdown of the new Matrix today. Yeah, Mr. Hugh, definitely stay safe. For sure. So me epic loves you guys. Thanks for those who like been here, especially that way. I think you've been here since the beginning, eh, dude? Thank you just to anyone popping in and out. Thank you for anybody who's going to watch this in a later timeline. Thank you. Yes, the wild card. The all-powerful wild card. And today is just that beautiful energy of this beautiful, blessed energy coming through, this gateway of potential, right? Harness it. Thanks for being, guys. Loves you. I think I just said that like 5 times in a row. I'm getting hungry. Can you tell? He's gonna go. I know. I'm going. I'm even putting up my hair up as we speak, and I say goodbye. Goodbye. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Don't know the other words.
Bye. Bye.
She's like, bye.
Stop it.
Mom, go. Mom, I'm hungry.
Stop it.
Stop. Hammer time. Food time. Love you guys.